The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I impose the call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, if you'd be so kind as to stand. In our tradition, we start with prayer. And today's chaplain is Reverend Dan Erickson from Chisholm Baptist Church in Chisholm, Minnesota. Members, as a gentle reminder, following this wonderful prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Eternal and sovereign Father, the men and women gathered in this room desire to make a positive impact on this often broken world. Lord, use their efforts today toward that end. Help each of them to focus on promoting what is good, right, and true. Grant wisdom that will enable them to unravel complicated problems, recognize unintended consequences, and balance competing interests. Allow them to accomplish the people's business in a way that honors you and benefits the people of Minnesota. I also ask, Father, that you would enable the women and men of this body to encourage one another. Empower them to speak words full of grace and truth. Grant them the ability to be good listeners and enable them to treat each other with patience, civility, and respect. Finally, Lord, I ask that every individual here would experience your grace and blessings in his or her life. Each brings personal concerns into this room. Some have health issues, others might be worried about a family member, some may be struggling with personal temptations or addictions. In each case, please provide the grace and strength needed for today's challenges and tasks. Amen.
Thank you, members. The secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Clark, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hoschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson-Stewart, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, Mayquaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Murphy, Nelson, Umuverbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. The following members intend to vote from a remote location under Rule 40.7, Senator Bowden and Senator Latz. Members, if you'd like to follow along, I'm reading from our Senate agenda dated Thursday, May 1st, 2025. We will begin at the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate files herewith returned. Senate File Number 2847, a bill for an act relating to commerce, modifying various statutory forms pertaining to garnishment, and Senate File Number 3196, a bill for an act relating to corrections, appropriating money for deficiencies in the budget of the Department of Corrections. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, no action is required. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House files herewith transmitted. House File Numbers 1982 and 2023. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Again, members, no action is required. We will now move to the fourth order of business, which is first reading of House bills. The House files have been given their first reading and referred as indicated. We will now proceed to the fifth order of business, which is reports of committees. Senator Murphy for a motion to adopt committee reports.
Mr. President, I move the committee reports printed in the agenda be adopted.
On that motion, on the adoption of committee reports, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. We will now move to the seventh order of business, second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file number.
House File Number 3022.
The House file has been given a second reading. We will now proceed to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Moving now on to the ninth order of business, which is motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motions as one motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senate Resolution number 36 will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. And members, remember, no action is required for that action. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Murphy for a motion to designate special orders.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the list is on your desk.
Members, that is correct. You have the special orders list on your desk, and we will begin from that list with House File 2438. Senator Dibble for the Omnibus Transportation Policy and Appropriations Bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Thank you for the opportunity to present House File 2438, which, of course, in the Senate contains the language of Senate File 2082. Mr. President, this is the Omnibus Transportation Finance and Policy Bill. Just to start off to set the stage and set the context, Mr. President, the target that our committee was assigned this year was a negative $227 million in the coming biennium, and then a negative about $132.5 million in the next biennium. And just to report, we did meet those targets that were presented to us. The assumption as we were assigned those targets was that we would cancel the majority, not all of, but the majority of the appropriation made in the previous biennium or in the current biennium for Northern Lights Express, the capital dollars that we had appropriated for the purpose of matching the 80% of federal dollars that is hoped for to build that intercity passenger rail between Duluth and Minneapolis. That, of course, is at this point still a little bit speculative, and that assurance has not yet been secured from our federal partners. And so we do have the opportunity to go back and revisit that conversation at such time as we get the indication from the federal government that they're ready to move ahead with that investment in mobility between our two economic centers, those two economic centers of our state. The other assumption was that we would take some, but not all, of the entirety of the cancellation of general fund appropriation to the Metropolitan Council for the purpose of funding Metro Transit. We took half of that, which was recommended by the governor, and then the bulk of the additional remaining target. There's some additional pieces which I'll describe in a moment, but is to pause, not eliminate, but pause the migration of the auto parts sales tax that currently goes into the general fund, but over a coming 10-year schedule would migrate over to transportation purposes. And so we do pause that for one cycle, and that puts us in the position of being able to meet those negative targets. I will say, while I'm talking about that particular item, as everyone may be aware, the auto parts sales tax goes partially, and has for some time, into the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund, and then slowly it's making its way over to the newly established Transportation Advancement Account, which is the fund which we've established to support roads in townships, in small cities, major achievement on the part of this legislature last biennium, cities at 5,000 and above, and counties. So we're able to redirect some of the funds
Mr.
that
President,
go into the...
I'm sorry. Mr. President, I'm having a very hard time hearing Senator Dibble explain his bill.
Members, it is getting loud on the floor. If you want to have robust conversation, I encourage you to take it into the retiring room, or simply off the floor. Thank you, Senator Miller, for the reminder. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Miller, for hanging on to my every word. So just to finish up the discussion about the Transportation Advancement Account, we do keep the schedule of payments that we make to those local units of government whole. The cut that we do achieve in that area is to the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund. That's made up, I'll just mention it while that is on my mind, by an additional surcharge that EVs and hybrids are going to be paying, and that more than makes up for that slowdown of that particular schedule. And then, Mr. President, I'll just turn to some of the other changes that we make in the general fund. I'll try to speed it up a little bit. So additional cuts recommended by the governor that we did agree to were the cancellation of an appropriation for a rail corridor study. That was completed. The remainder of the money was not needed. Cancellation in a few areas that pertain to the Department of Public Safety, having to do with agency strategy and analytics, the Advisory Council on Traffic Safety, though not the full amount recommended, as well as reduction to the drug recognition evaluator training, an amount that's not needed, at least not in the short term. We have some additional spending in general fund, very modest and very small amounts of the operating adjustments, of course, for the agencies, and we do that across all three agencies that we have jurisdiction over, some traffic calming grants, some grants to small communities working with the University of Minnesota on infrastructure projects, as well as some funds ultimately, hopefully, will become on an ongoing basis, but this is one time for local units of government that operate fairly extensive roadway systems that right now aren't in the categories that we fund through the TAA. We call that the local government road funding gap. And then, Mr. President, moving on to the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund. In this committee, we pay the most attention to the Trunk Highway Fund. We have some funding changes. Like I said, we have some additional revenue that comes from the new EV registration surcharges, constitutionally dedicated, of course, and that flows in the amounts. It actually grows to substantially north of $30 million per year. I think I saw a revenue note that showed even a little bit more than that updated. And that's simply to try to equalize the gas tax versus non-gas tax payment of electric vehicles and hybrids. We do a state road construction appropriation increase of 60-some million dollars in this biennium. We have significant authority to expend federal funds, mostly to support the Blatnick Bridge federal match, an increase to operations and maintenance, the important work that our MnDOT employees do to keep our roads in good operating shape, a base increase to corridors of commerce, a base increase to corridor planning activities at MnDOT. We're supporting the local metropolitan planning organizations throughout the state. We're modernizing our truck station facilities. We have a little bit of corridors project readiness for corridors of commerce for a metro area project, Senator Jasinski's autonomous mowers initiative. We do carry $100 million in authorization for trunk highway bonds. So we, of course, have to appropriate the debt service for that from the Trunk Highway Fund. Senator Johnson Stewart has a resilient pavement program initiative that we fund at $5 million. I think we'll be having more discussion on that soon. Within the Department of Public Safety, we have a fairly significant increase to support state patrol recruitment and hiring, as well as a little bit to match planning dollars that come from the federal government on traffic safety. And then we also provide 2 new aircraft as well as the staffing for those aircraft to the state patrol. And then finally, Mr. President, other spending changes include an increase to the state airports fund, out of which we designate on a one-time basis some funds for the McGregor Airport. We do support from the sales tax in the metropolitan area that's dedicated to bicycle and pedestrian initiatives, the suicide barriers that are desperately needed to be implemented on the Washington Avenue Bridge that connects the East Bank and the West Bank at the University of Minnesota. We provide some funding for the metro area transportation management organizations out of that source. And then we provide a loan from the Department of Transportation, a zero interest loan. I think Senator Pratt asked for that change in finance so that when Trunk Highway 65 is reconstructed in the near future, the improvements that would support bus rapid transit, what will ultimately become the F line, those improvements can be made at that same time so they don't have to go back and tear up that road. And then over in Department of Public Safety, Mr. President, one time, and this comes out of the Driver and Vehicle Services operating account, some funding to allow for ignition interlock rule changing that occurs, and there's some staffing that goes with that, and that's kind of something that goes on an ongoing basis. We make changes to the driver's manual and the exam to recognize an initiative around educating folks on work zone safety, an initiative of Senator Johnson Stewart's. We do provide reimbursement to deputy registrars and driver's license agents. Senator Jasinski is cheering, and that's for the transactions that they handle on our behalf as the public when we go into those offices. They have to sort through maybe a complicated issue, maybe it's something that we started online, and they help us sort those out, and it's not really a transaction that they participate in, so up to now, they haven't been receiving any consideration for that time and that effort. Now they will. We do extend the commercial learner's permit from 6 months to 1 year, so that's booked as a loss, so we have to recognize and pay for that. And then there's a little bit of increase in revenue when folks don't show up to their driver's license examinations, their on-road testing, which creates the scheduling issues and the backlog that we're also familiar with. The penalty for that will move up from $20 to $50. So hopefully, that's really not an effort to raise money, that's an effort to stop the backlog for reasons that can be addressed. And then, Mr. President, I'll quickly just describe the highlights of a few policy initiatives that are contained in the bill. Senator Jasinski has an initiative that will direct MnDOT to work more diligently with our local units of government to update their cost-sharing policy. I'll have him explain more of that if you would like to later. Senator Fateh has some improvements to how MnDOT interacts with local communities as they work through the project planning process on major roadway projects that are coming through their communities. We mentioned Senator Johnson Stewart's Resilient Pavement Program. And kind of related to that is Senator Howe's Asset Sustainability Ratio reporting and targets. We did postpone the implementation date of that to sort through some implications for other parts of programming and financing that goes on at the Department of Transportation. Senator Johnson Stewart lifts some of the limitations on how and where we cross roads. That's referred to as jaywalking. I know we're going to have some discussion about that later. Some efficiency savings that MnDOT's able to book when they do their work well. When they book those efficiencies, those funds would be directed to the corridors of commerce. We talked about better instruction on safe driving in construction work zones. Senator Gustafson's Circle Pines driver's license agent would become a full-service deputy registrar up there. I talked about the Washington Avenue Bridge. We are working with local units of government on the design of MSA, municipal state aid and county state aid highways. Senator Johnson Stewart is helping us work on that initiative. Tied into some of the community corridor project planning are some improvements to how MnDOT goes about its planning initiatives and design and project selection and investments in the STIP, the State Transportation Improvement Program. And then the last major item I'll mention, although there are a number of others, Senator McEwen expands just a little bit their reintegration driver's license. So when folks are re-entering the community out of incarceration, they're better able to establish themselves. So with that, Mr. President, I will stand for questions and amendments. I think Senator, yeah, we have.
Thank you, Senator Dibble.
Thank you.
Members will now go to Senator Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A22 amendment.
Senator Muhammad offers the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the A22 Muhammad amendment.
Senator Muhammad moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 129, after line 12, insert. This is the A22 amendment.
Senator Muhammad to the A22 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dibble, for the transportation bill. Minnesota Senate Majority Leader Carrie Dietzig Memorial Bridge is what this amendment is. Carrie Dietzig helped a lot of people in this chamber learn how to run for office, how to serve your constituents, how to govern alongside your colleagues. I am one of those. Minnesota will remember her her career as a civil servant and her days as majority leader as one of the most productive and most beloved leaders as our state has ever seen. I will remember Carrie as a friend, and it is a privilege to make this motion to honor her legacy and inscribe into city and state history for all time. Senator Dietrich worked hard for and cared deeply about her neighborhood, her district, her city, and our state. She believed in public investment in infrastructure. Carrie spent years advocating for the importance of this bridge. Over time, millions of people driving, biking, walking to work, to their homes, or to meet with friends have a trip that is more convenient, safer, and more beautiful because of Carrie Dietrich. It is fitting that this project that should bear her name is a bridge. In a very real way, Carrie served as a bridge from city to state, from member to member, from caucus to caucus, Senate to House, from elected official to constituent. Maybe most important, Carrie was a bridge between generations, from the ones that came before her to the one she came of age, and then again, from hers to mine. I want that legacy of service to continue to be handed down. I want someday, many years from now, for someone to be crossing this bridge and to ask, who was Carrie Dietrich? The answer to that question will make all of us proud. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A22 amendment? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Mohammed. I stand in support for the A22 amendment. I think this is a great gesture by the DFL and us as Republicans to support this amendment for Carrie Dietrich. There's many members across the aisle that I deeply respect, and Carrie was definitely one of those people. So I urge my members to vote green on this amendment, and thank you for bringing it forward, Senator Mohammed.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mohammed. And on behalf of the Transportation Committee, on behalf of our caucus, the Minneapolis delegation, I couldn't be more honored to carry this memorial to the beloved Senator, Majority Leader Carrie Dietrich. I never say her name anymore without saying our beloved Carrie Dietrich, because she was just that. Senator Mohammed talked a little bit about her dedication and her devotion to the people of the state and, of course, the people of Northeast Minneapolis. She worked very, very hard to get the funding to improve this bridge, which was about ready to fall down across the river, and it connects two very, very important parts of her district, of our community. It was a major undertaking, a major project, a major achievement on her part to gain the resources. It carries cars, of course, but it carries many, many young people on foot back and forth. For those of you who don't know exactly where this bridge is, it's the major bridge that connects Seven Corners over to the east bank of the campus, and you can imagine the amount of traffic that goes back and forth. Very vibrant, very, very vital part, and a very, very fitting honor and tribute to our beloved Senator, Majority Leader Carrie Dietrich.
Senator Ann Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also was pretty choked up when I heard about this. I can't think of a greater honor. Carrie was not only a bridge builder, I need to say on the floor, she was a mechanical engineering graduate from the University of Minnesota. Anybody surprised? Did you all know that? She was. And when I talked about the other engineers in the body, I see you laughing, Eric Pratt. When I talked about other engineers, I claimed Carrie. She never really talked about that a lot, but I think it, for me, really explained a lot her dedication to seeing the many sides of any issue, the way she thought, the way she behaved. She was above reproach in her ethics, and I was so proud to know her. And I know her degree from the University of Minnesota was extremely important to her. This bridge is an important link between the East Bank and the West Bank, and I will continue to think of her every time I cross it. So thank you, Senator Mohammed, so very much. and praise to Senator Dietzig.
Any other discussions before I go to the author of the amendment? Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in support of this amendment as well, too. It is appropriate that it is a bridge, not a lane of highway or anything like that, but a bridge that Senator Dietzig will be remembered by. So I very much appreciate the bridges that she built with me and with the caucus that I represent here, the Senate Republicans. So just encouraging support for this amendment.
Anyone else? Senator Murphy.
Mr. President and members, it is fitting and in her honor that a bridge would be named for our beloved Majority Leader, Senator Dietzig, especially when we are in jams on this floor or off. I think what would Carrie do? In many ways, she exists in us and in the bridge builders and peacemakers and policymakers and progress makers that exist in this body. This is a lovely tribute, and I'm grateful for Senator Mohammed and the city of Minneapolis and Senator Dibble. Thank you.
Members, before I go to Senator Mohammed, it is really interesting that we are doing this because we know how much we all love Carrie Dietzig, and I was working on the same thing. And so it shows you how a number of people who have a common goal and a common interest in order to respect someone and to memorialize them because we respect them so much, and that we think about them daily, and the guiding principles that they taught us are something that we still utilize today. So I am thankful, and usually I don't speak from this particular space because I want to make sure that you've had a chance to speak, but I could not let the moment go by without recognizing all the work that we've done on this as well, and then to also learn that Senator Mohammed was doing the same thing, and all of us working with the city of Minneapolis in order to make this desired outcome a reality. So thank you so much. Senator Mohammed, you get the last word before we vote. And just a reminder that there's been no roll call requested, so I'm not sure if you want one.
I'll ask for a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think I'd start with the fact that, first of all, I think Senator Dietzig would hate the fact that we're doing this. But we're all doing it because we love her so much, and we want anybody who walks on that bridge to remember her name as our most beloved leader. I want to thank you, Mr. Senator President. I want to thank Senator Dibble, Senator Doran Clark, Senator Fateh, Senator Wickland, our Minneapolis delegation who worked really hard on this, and our entire caucus, and our leader, Senator Murphy, who's been really helpful on this. And this could not have been done without the work of our staff. This is the art of their work. This was their idea. Chris Runquist, Beth Johnson, Michaela, who was Senator Dietzig's most recent staffers, Steve Peterson. Those folks have worked very closely with Leader Dietzig, and they deserve this honor. And so thank you to the city of Minneapolis for doing this, and thank you for taking this up, and I appreciate you. Please vote yes.
With that being said, the secretary will take the roll on A22 Mohammed Amendment. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
And Senator McEwen votes aye.
And Senator McEwen votes aye. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 40, Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 0 nays, the A22 Muhammad Amendment is adopted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will continue with the bridge builder amendments, and Mr. President, offer the A27.
Senator Port offers the A27 amendment. The secretary will read the A27 amendment.
Senator Port moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 57, after line 2, insert. This is the A27 amendment.
Senator Port to your A27 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment would rename the Burnsville Parkway Bridge over Interstate 35W in Burnsville as the Elmstrad, Finseth, and Ruge Heroes Memorial Bridge. Officers Elmstead and Ruge and paramedic Finseth were killed in action in Burnsville, protecting our community just over a year ago. I request your support to honor them by renaming the bridge after them.
Any other discussion on the A27 Port Amendment? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the A27 amendment. We will always need to support our law enforcement and first responders. So members, please vote green.
Any other announcements or discussions on this, on the A27 Port Amendment? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know Senator Carlson, who comes from that part of our state, would like to speak as well, so I apologize for jumping up before him. I just wanted to express my support for Senator Port's A27 and thank Senator Port for offering this opportunity for all of us to join together to memorialize these heroes who have paid the ultimate in a price to keep all of us safe, an opportunity by extension to honor all of those who every day put on the uniform and do things and see things that none of us would ever do or want to see in our daily lives, and they do that for us every single day, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price. And of course, this was a highly, highly traumatic event for the folks in that community in Burnsville, but also for our entire state. Mr. President, I have a somewhat secondhand connection. A friend of mine's son is a Burnsville police officer, a very, very wonderful young man who really has a big heart and a heart full of service and love for the community that he serves, and I know how devastating that was to all of them. So let me take the opportunity, again, as the chair of the Transportation Committee, and on behalf of this chamber and our caucus, to just extend our condolences and our love and our gratitude to the folks who served on the emergency medical services, as well as the police department in Burnsville, as well as everyone in that community, as well as the whole state. Thank you again, Senator Port.
Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to add my thanks to Senator Port for offering this amendment. Sometimes what we need to do is we need to memorialize the sacrifice these public safety professionals made in service to our safety and our protection. It says on a lot of officers' cars to protect and to serve, and that's what these people did when they answered a call early in the morning and actually showed us what courage it takes to go into a home or go into an area where there's great danger. They didn't turn away. They brought in other police to support them. They brought in Dakota County Armored Car to support them. They were outgunned, however. And that is something that we need to remember. We need to remember what more we can do to not only protect these folks who are protecting us, but also to make sure that these kinds of things don't happen again. I woke up that morning to a telephone call because this is actually in the very corner of my district, which covers some of Burnsville, and it caused me to be sad, very, very sad. So I want to make sure that we recognize what this is and recognize that the signs that will be on these bridges, both bridges, will remind us of who came before us. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Port, for offering this amendment.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Fort for bringing this amendment as well. You know, I think back to the events of February 2024 and how it shook the communities in Scott and Dakota County. And we continue to remember and honor these men. Just recently, there was a kind of an organic caravan that was started at Burnsville Mall that citizens from all over the South Metro came and showed their support for the first responders that were willing to sacrifice their life for their safety. And I can't think of a more fitting place and a more fitting symbol than this, to recognize and honor them. And Mr. Chair, I won't do it, but I would hope that Senator Port requests a roll call on this amendment, because I think we should all be willing to stand up and support our first responders. Thank you.
The last speaker before we vote, I recognize Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for taking a few minutes to remember these first responders and for supporting Burnsville's desire to ensure that we remember their names for many years to come. I want to, again, send my condolences to the families. Our community has pulled together to support not only the families, but also the officers in our police department and our fire and paramedics. And I think this is a beautiful sign from the state that we also remember these heroes and that we send our support and our love as well. Please vote green.
Members, the Secretary will take the roll on the A27 Port Amendment. Senator Rasmussen, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber votes aye.
And Senator Weber votes aye.
And Mr. President, I'm waiting on one more.
Senator Rasmussen, did you have another one? Okay, thanks. Once you get the last one, let us know. Senator Friends, for
Thank
those
you, Mr.
voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
And Senator Bolden votes aye.
And Senator Bolden votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 0 nays, the A27 Port Amendment is adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Mr. President.
Senator Rest, for what purpose do you rise? Because I was going to
Mr. President, would you remind the members that when we are voting, members are to be at their desks and they're not to be at the desks of other members. Thank you.
Members, count that as a friendly and gentle reminder that when we vote, you're supposed to be at your desk and not visiting with each other. Thank you so very much, Senator Rest. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment, but before I do, I just wanted to have some opening statements on a transportation bill. Members, I want to thank everyone for being involved with this. I also want to thank Senator Dibble and his staff and nonpartisan staff. This is really the way a committee should be run in the legislature. We've had very much respect across the aisles. We've had bills heard from both parties. We continue to work. We do have some discrepancies and differences, there's no doubt, but the way the committee was handled all year long, I want to say thank you to Senator Dibble and everyone involved. Really did appreciate. We've got a really good bill here. There's some issues that I have some concerns with, obviously, but there is a lot of good things. I'll just briefly go through a couple good things that I thought were in there. Eliminating the remaining funds for the NLX, $185 million, which helps us bring some money back to reuse for what I believe are better return on investment in Minnesota. We did raise the EV surcharge to $200. We've been talking about this for actually since I've been here for 9 years. That fee has been stable at $75 fee. Those cars do just as much wear and tear on the roads and other vehicles, so we finally raised that, so I do appreciate that. Again, thanks Senator Dibble for including the autonomous mower pilot program. It's a very small amount of $150,000 out of trunk highway funds, but a pilot project that may make us much more efficient in the future on mowing some of our ditches and making our highway workers much safer on our highways. Also, thanks to getting more money towards corridors of commerce. Appreciate the funding for the State Patrol aircrafts to getting our fleet up to date and standard platforms that will allow much better use of those vehicles or those that equipment to make our roads safer. Also including some search and air rescue with a safer helicopter and more multiple use. I want to thank for increasing the driver's exam no-show fee, which has been an issue for DVS of people not showing, so that'll help our efficiency here as well. A great portion of the bill, as Senator Dibble said, gets more money to our deputy registers that we've been working on for many, many years. Those no-fee transactions that our local deputy registers are completing, and they've been completing them for many years with not collecting any fee. So this actually transfers some money in the DVS account to those deputy registers who are doing such great customer service across our state. We know they are very valuable. A couple of the concerns I have, obviously delaying the shift in the auto parts sales tax from the HU-TDF funds. This is money that was statutorily dedicated that we're now pausing. I think that sets a bad example for the future of taking that money out. So I'll see an amendment coming up here very shortly to address that issue. And also very concerned about the redefinition of the highway purposes, redefining the definition of highway purposes that opens it up to transit, active transportation, and greenhouse gases. Members, we don't know how much that's going to cost. Currently, we get about $2.6 billion into the HU-TDF funds to fix our roads and bridges across the state. As many of you know, we have the 5th highest number of roads in the nation. And we have to maintain those. There's been a report out that we are about $1 billion short per year of maintaining those roads, and now we're opening up that definition to many, many more uses. that are just going to dilute those funds that can be used for highway purposes. Remember, the Highway Tax Distribution Fund is in the Constitution that actually constitutionally dedicates those funds to our roads and bridges, and it uses that money to be used solely for highway purposes. And this opens that definition up. So thank you for the little intro, and again, thanks, Senator Dibble. We'll try and get through the amendments fairly rapidly here today. I don't want to drag anything out since we've had such a good committee all year. I don't want to go on and on. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A23 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A23 amendment. The Secretary will report the A23 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 5, delete lines 15 to 16 and insert. This is the A23 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A23 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this addresses the delay in the auto parts sales tax being taken from the HUTDF and reduces the amount, instead of halting $83.5 million to go to our roads and bridges, it'll bring that down to $13.6 million of reduced amount. So it's really putting more money to HUTDF. It makes some cuts for Greater Minnesota Transit, active transportation account, the MnDOT Tribal Construction Workforce Training, about $900,000 a year. It cuts money to the Advisory Council on Traffic Safety of about $500,000 per year. This is in the governor's recommendations. It cuts money from the DPS community engagement staff and cuts to transit systems operations. This is also the governor recs. Again, this money would then help not take so much money away from the HUTDF funds. With that, members, I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Jasinski, you said you're asking for a green vote. Is that your way of asking for a roll call vote?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to do that in my last comments, but yes, I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the A23, Senator Jasinski, and I appreciate the conversation around priorities, and that's what the A23 is designed to do. I would recommend members to vote no on the A23 because I think we have done a nice job of balancing interests throughout this bill to make sure that no one particular user or beneficiary of our transportation investments and the ancillary investments that we make in safety and mobility, Mr. President, bears a disproportionate burden of the fairly substantial target that we were assigned to fulfill and to meet. And so, Mr. President, I think we did that, and I think we handled the cuts in particular to the auto parts sales tax migration, as I described earlier, so that we keep those local units of government whole. And then we add back into the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund, the Trunk Highway Fund, the funds that are brought by the surcharge on electric vehicles. So thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A23 Jasinski amendment? Seeing no other discussion, Senator Jasinski, final comments before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. In an effort of time, I will make no further comments and ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A23 Jasinski amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, I think Senator Uma Verbatim will be handling the remote voting from this point forward.
Thank you so much, Senator French. Senator Uma Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
And Senator Limmer votes aye.
And Senator Limmer votes aye. Senator Uma Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 32 noes, the A23 Jasinski amendment is not adopted. Senator Jasinski, any other amendments?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A9 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A9 amendment. The secretary will report the A9 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 54, delete Section 8 and insert. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The conversation about transportation would not be complete without talking about leakages. And this is one of the issues that we have. I know people want me to redefine the word leakages, but it's Senator Newman's term that we're going to continue to use until we find a better one. But the A9 amendment actually takes back Senator McEwen's language that opens up the redefining the highway purposes language. And it also is part of a bill that prohibits HUTDF funds from being used for arts and cultural strategies in project planning, design, and construction. Again, as I've said before, we are about $0.9 billion, or let's say $1 billion a year short on maintaining our roads and our bridges across Minnesota. And again, by expanding the definition of highway purposes, we have no idea what that fiscal consequence could be of diluting that money that's being used for our roads and bridges. So with that, I'd ask for a green vote and ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble to the A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski, I'd be disappointed if you didn't offer the A9 amendment. And I think actually you might have whispered in my ear that you were going to. Members, just to start off, I will say that I will vote, ask for a no vote on the A9. However, I will take the opportunity, as I always do when this subject comes up, to say that there is quite a bit of overlap between myself and Senator Jasinski on protecting the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund and the Trunk Highway Fund, two highway purposes, and I think that the difference is just how we think of highway purposes and what we think our right-of-way, our corridors are intended for, if they're intended more exclusively for cars and asphalt and concrete, or if it's also a highway purpose to allow for other users of our transportation system to move up and down those transportation corridors. I will concede that maybe the full language of the McEwen Amendment as is carried in the bill doesn't hit the target exactly in the center, and so I think there's room for more conversation. And in fact, I even had the idea of dividing the amendment and taking the two parts separately. However, because Senator Jasinski might get me a little bit on the second part of the amendment, particularly around the construction elements, but when we're talking about planning and discussing and having larger conversations, that aspect of our transportation system, I think, should be more wholesome and more holistic. And so, maybe we can have more conversation on the language we see at 2.1 with some modifications as we move into the next part of the deliberative process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A9 Jasinski amendment? Seeing none, Senator Jasinski, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will work to continue with Senator Dibble on this. I think when this does go to conference committee, we can make some changes that hopefully when we come back with the conference committee report, we'll see some changes to this. And so with that, I'd still ask for a green vote.
The secretary will take the roll on the A9 Jasinski amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer votes aye.
And Senator Limmer votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 33 noes, the A9 Jasinski amendment is not adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A11.
Senator Kroon offers the A11 amendment. The secretary will report the A11 amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 23, line 7, delete 185,655,000. This is the A11 amendment.
Senator Kroon to your A11 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A11 cancels the unspent $30 million for the Blue Line light rail extension and the remaining $8 million for the NLX train to Duluth, and sends that money to small cities, larger cities, and town road accounts. This takes funding from our failing rail programs and instead helps our local communities afford maintenance on their roads, especially after the ballooning costs and complete mismanagement of the Southwest Light Rail project and the utter failure of the North Star commuter line. On the Southwest Light Rail line, Mr. President, the original cost should have been $1.25 billion, and the route should have been opened in 2018. It's now slated for 2027 at a cost of $2.86 billion. And the North Star line is also a disaster. Virtually nobody uses it. Fares cover only 2.8% of the cost. The subsidies are approximately $115 per ride, which is insane. This is public policy malpractice. It's time to stop funding these boondoggles and focus on what Minnesotans are using and asking for: top-notch roads and reliable bridges. The American Society of Civil Engineers gave Minnesota's roads a D+ grade in 2022. There are great needs for local road projects in my district, and those funds would go a long way to helping my cities and making life better for all of my constituents. And I'm appreciative of the fact that we were able to secure over $100 million for Highway 65 in my district. But that's just the tip of the iceberg for the road needs in my districts, and I'm sure many of the people in here can say the same thing about the road projects that their constituents want in their district. We need to reprioritize how we spend our finite transportation dollars, and we need to benefit the most number of people. And that is by investing in our roads and bridges, not with more money for rail projects. Those are nice to have items, but they are not necessities. Improving our roads is a must-have that benefits everyone. And when we're facing a $6 billion budget deficit, we need to prioritize the must-haves over the nice-to-haves. And therefore, I request that members vote yes on my amendment that prioritizes our roads and bridges over more rail projects. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kroon, for bringing the A11 amendment. Members, I will ask for a no vote on the A11. I would just say that building a vital and vibrant transit system is a must-have. It's a must-have for the kinds of mobility that many, many people need in our community. It also brings and attracts and retains the work base that we want, in the Twin Cities metropolitan area, as well as the kinds of development and redevelopment, revitalization that every other metropolitan area in the country have figured out, who are competing on the same ground, on the same economic playing field that we are competing on. They figured it out, and we're catching up. And we got to start on that in the bill in 2023. Mr. President, we've got a long ways to go, and so we need a full, rounded, holistic transportation system that, of course, includes roads and automobile-oriented mobility. We put quite a bit of investment in that as well in the 2023 bill, but we have severely underfunded our investments in the kinds of access, the kinds of quality of life, the kinds of amenities that so many other metropolitan areas, both in our country as well as the entirety of North America, have already figured out. And so the folks that we're losing, Mr. President, are the young people, young professionals. We talk a lot about folks who leave the state, and we often get it wrong in these debates. And the state demographer will tell you it's young people, emerging professionals, people who are starting businesses, starting careers, starting families, and these kinds of investments keep those folks here in Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't believe young people are leaving our state because we're not expanding our rail projects enough. I think it's more likely they would want to leave the state because they got to sit in traffic all morning and all afternoon while they're trying to get to and from work. And in my district, it's a quality of life issue. They got to sit in traffic when they go anywhere on the weekend, especially in the summer. And so I just think there's a disconnect here, and we need to prioritize our roads and bridges. That's what I ran on. I'm going to keep on talking about that, Mr. President, because this is a quality of life issue for the people in my district. Extending the blue line to wherever it's going doesn't do a thing for the people in my district, and it doesn't do a thing for the constituents of most of the people in this district. It's proven that we cannot get light rail right in this state. It's a boondoggle. We're wasting billions of dollars, and it's time we prioritize what the people that sent us here want us to prioritize, and by the way, what's constitutionally mandated, which is our roads and bridges. And with that, Mr. President, I would encourage a green vote for our roads, our local roadway projects. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the Kroon A11 amendment. Senator Verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no. Senator Rasmussen, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer votes aye.
And Senator Limmer votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 33 nays, the A11 Kroon Amendment is not adopted. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will move the A28 amendment.
Senator Johnson moves the A28 amendment. The Secretary will report the A28 amendment.
Senator Johnson moved to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 50, after line 7, insert. This is the A28 amendment.
Senator Johnson, to your A28 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the A28 amendment is a pretty straightforward amendment. In the ATV field, there are a number of vehicles that are moving over to the electronically driven, battery-operated type vehicles that end up having a slighter weight than what some of our definitions currently have right now. What this amendment does is it simply bumps that up to a 3,000-pound weight limit on that one. So with that, Mr. President, that is the gist of the amendment, and I urge its support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Dibble, to the A28 Johnson amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will just communicate to the chamber I'll be voting no on this amendment. I have some concerns about some of the environmental implications, et cetera. I understand there's a well-founded difference of perspective on this matter, and I respect the perspective and the implications that go along with that. So members, I'll be a no. I think it is deserving of some committee time and hearing to work through some of these questions. If this does go on, Mr. President, perhaps we can find some time in the next stage of the deliberative process to air out some of those issues a little bit. But I would encourage members to vote, as Senator Herr said so capably last night, vote their conscience, vote their district. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson, to your A28.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have a lot to add, but I do want to thank the co-authors of this, Senator Hauschild and Senator Frantz, who have helped usher this along over the last few years. So appreciate their help and bipartisan work that we've done on that. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A28? Seeing that there probably shouldn't be, because that was the author of the amendment. And there won't be. So, with that being said, all in favor of the A28 amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed that says no? No. The motion prevails. The A28 is adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A10 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A10 amendment. The Secretary will report the A10 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moved to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. The text, page 2, line 36, delete. This is the A10 amendment.
Senator Jasinski, to your A10 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is not a huge dollar amount, but facing a $6 billion structural deficit, I think every dollar counts. What this would do is there's been planning money for an I-94 land bridge. To my understanding, there's still $500,000 remaining in that account. It's pretty clear there will not be a land bridge approved over I-94. So this money would redirect that money to the Safe Routes to School program to keep every one of Minnesota's residents' children safe getting to and from school. And I'd ask for a green vote and a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jasinski, for the A10. Again, a discussion of priorities and the like. I do think we should allow for the remaining amount that is left to finish some of the work, the community work, the design work, the collaboration in the Rondo community to discuss the issue of I-94 and the historical harms that have come to that community, highly disruptive, created a devastating consequence that has lasted now for generations, and a very important community collaboration. Even a statewide discussion has been launched. This is very important work that's ongoing, and so we should allow that work to continue and to be completed with the expenditure that remains, Mr. President. And so this is an important investment, and it's a discussion about how we've gone about conducting and planning and implementing and building transportation. And so I would ask for a no vote on the A10 and look forward to more conversation with Senator Jasinski about things like safe routes to school, which are, of course, very important. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment and vote? Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in favor of the A10 amendment. That is one thing that we know is needed is safe routes to school for our kids. And the Rondo bridge money has been for many years now, several years, and yet that bridge isn't happening. And apparently, it would be much better if we knew that those funds actually went to help kids walk safely to school. That's what it's about. It's about helping kids being able to have safe walking routes to school. I think it's important, especially as school districts in some cases are expanding their walking zone only. It's important that kids have safety traveling. So I would encourage a yes vote.
Any other discussion before we go to Senator Jasinski? Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I just wanted to add my voice in opposition to this amendment. There's actually a lot of good work that's going on with the Reconnect Rondo team because it's about the land bridge, but it's also about the neighborhood and the activities in the neighborhood and the support for the neighborhood in terms of housing, jobs, education, training, energy efficiency. All these things are really being in the planning process. And, building a land bridge takes a long time, a lot of money, and a lot of discussion has to go into it, a lot of negotiation with the surrounding community. And so that's all part of the plan. And I would just ask people to oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Jasinski, as the last word before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's disappointing. Again, that's $500,000 that could go to our children to get them to and from school safely. This is obviously a project that is not going forward. The money is there, can be used. Just as another example, the Rethink I-94 money. In a committee hearing this year, I asked MnDOT officials, how much money have we spent on the Rethink I-94? Their response was $19.2 million that's been spent, and that project, to my understanding, is not going forward as well. So, folks, $6 billion structural deficit. We need to look at every single dollar that we're spending, and this is a simple money that could help our kids across Minnesota get to and from school safely. I'd ask for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
The secretary will close the roll. Excuse me, the secretary will take the vote on the A10 amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt votes aye.
And Senator Pratt votes aye. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A10 Jasinski Amendment is not adopted. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And jaywalking isn't one of the most serious crimes that we have out there, but it is the only method we have, one of the main methods we have to keep pedestrians safe. And with that, I'll offer the A1 amendment.
Senator Howell offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Howe moved to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 79, delete lines 8 and 215. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Howell to your A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what this does is this removes the proposed changes that limits a police officer's ability to cite someone for jaywalking. The MPPOA, the sheriffs, and MnDOT all have concerns on how this will actually affect the safety of our pedestrians and actually put the officers in a difficult situation, because the only time they can cite someone besides if there's a vehicle, if there's an impending collision between a vehicle and a pedestrian, and so you're asking that officer to reach out and stop someone from entering the intersection when they believe there's going to be an accident. It makes things much, much easier if they just use the crosswalks. I know a lot of people that jaywalk. I do it myself. But this, we should retain the officers, now there you go. The officer's right and interpretation on what is going to happen. They should have the flexibility to determine whether to issue a ticket or not. That's the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will defer to Senator Johnson Stewart. This is an initiative of hers that we heard in committee and was brought into the Omnibus bill, but I will ask for a no vote on the A1. And I'll just mention that I think Senator Howe might have misstated the circumstance. This places no restrictions per se in the language of the bill itself on police in enforcing the pedestrian and the traffic laws. It simply reconstrues and changes the definition and gives direction to those crossing our streets to do so in a safe manner and also a way that has been very, very well thought out and just makes common sense as we are moving around our communities on foot to figure out where and when we can safely cross streets. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ann Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to my chair, Senator Dibble, for accurately stating that. I did want to note that prior to dropping this bill, I did meet with the Department of Public Safety, who affirmed that they had no opposition to the bill. I think it's important to note that, yes, in fact, we do still allow officers to ticket for jaywalking, but this takes away the ability to cite or to offer a citation when, in fact, somebody has jaywalked in a way that is not at all hazardous. So, in fact, it may make it even safer in some cases. So, please vote red.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This is one of the best things in the bill. I think that in a time when we're worried about breaking the law, I think that, a lot of what we do door knocking, if you cross the street in the middle of the road, we become lawbreakers. So, and people do it all the time, and so just not to be too light about it, but I think this law, I think there's plenty of protections, and I think if you asked most of your neighbors, they would appreciate this, and I urge members to vote no. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? And just a reminder, there has been no roll call requested. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think we need to give that flexibility to the officers. And I will say that when they say that the peace officer is not prohibited, I would direct you to page 79 of the bill. In fact, line 79.8, it basically says a peace officer is prohibited from stopping, detaining, or issuing a citation to a pedestrian for a violation of paragraph A, clause 2, item yada, yada, yada. So people, it's right in the bill in numerous places where it prohibits them from being able to issue the citation. So as well as they say they give them the right to do so, right here in black and white in the bill, it says they're prohibited from doing so. So members, support our police officers, support our sheriffs and our MnDOT by passing this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the A1 Howell Amendment.
He used to have a job, and now because of you, he's unemployed. Matt, ask him for roll calls.
He's a busy man.
Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer votes aye.
And Senator Limmer votes aye. Umu Verbatim, are you ready for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no. All senators having voted who desired to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 27 ayes and 38 noes, the A1 Howell Amendment is not adopted. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A2 amendment.
Senator Housley offers the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the A2 amendment.
Senator Housley moved to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 82, after line 14, insert. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Housley, to your A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A2 amendment deals with the mandatory fine increase for school bus stop arm violations. This was heard in transportation. According to the Minnesota Department of Public Safety in 2022, there were 1,003 stop arm violations in a single day, which would yield to over 165,000 per year if the trend follows. The conversation in transportation was all about keeping our children safe, but the problem is somebody will violate the stop arm and go around it, endangering our kids, and yet do it again and again, and the fine never increases. As it stands in law right now, the fine is $500. What this amendment would do, if you violate the law, it would increase it to $700 for the second offense and $950 for the third offense. And that is it, Mr. President. I'm asking for a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Housley, my question to those who says they're asking for a green vote, are you asking for a roll call?
Mr. President, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble to the A2 Housley amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Housley. We did have a hearing and a discussion of this matter in transportation, whereupon we passed it on to the Judiciary Committee. So members, I don't think the hearing and deliberative process has been concluded on this subject because the bill does reside in Judiciary as we speak. It did receive a favorable reading in transportation, but I know that, we have a process here where we pass items who have multiple jurisdiction from committee to committee. So I would be very uncomfortable taking this matter into this bill at this time, Certainly don't want to have my omnibus bill dragged into judiciary. We all know what that means. So I would request a no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and I thank Senator Housley for bringing this amendment forward. I can also appreciate the kind of tough circumstance or situation it puts the bill author in, because I think there are many of us here that probably agree with the amendment and would like to vote for it. I can appreciate those who want to respect the process, but sometimes I think common sense should trump what is oftentimes maybe a bureaucratic and unnecessarily prolonged process here in the state legislature. I don't say that lightly, because I truly do believe in the process. But when we're talking about the safety of our kids, when we're talking about the school bus stop arm, which we see cars blow past on occasion, and if there's anything we can do to stop it or prevent habitual offenders of that from doing it even more, well, we should. And Senator Housley's amendment would hopefully do that. Increasing fines for people that continue to violate blowing past a school bus with the stop arm out while there's little kids crossing the street or in the vicinity. I think that's probably one of the things that when all of us thought about being a servant of the people in the legislature that we were coming here to do and work on, things that keep kids safe, for crying out loud. So I can appreciate where we're coming from in terms of it maybe wanting or needing another hearing in a certain committee. I don't mean to belabor the point, but I'm hopeful this is one that Republicans and Democrats can say, hey, we could be bipartisan when it comes to the safety of our kids and school buses and getting them out the door and safely to school every day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, we do quite a deliberative job in the Judiciary Committee. Some of you have been part of that process. It's not always an easy committee to be a part of, but we're very conscious and thorough in our work, and we allow all stakeholders to participate. There's a reason why it is in the Judiciary Committee, because we have basically joint, if not secondary, jurisdiction with the Transportation Committee over something like this. So the process is valuable, but even if one is less concerned about the process or willing to bypass the process for the expediency of having a discussion about all the pros and cons of something like this on the floor of the Senate, let's talk about the paramount concern that we all have, which is the safety of our children, and let's apply the common sense that was noted here as should be applied in this particular amendment. The fact is, you only heard a brief reference to a very small slice of the data from the Department of Public Safety. The data that I've seen over the last 10 years, there have been approximately 10,000 stops, or convictions, I should say, for stop arm violations. That's a little bit undershot. I'm rounding the numbers down, actually. It's probably a little bit more than that. The court records show that of those 10,000 stops, there have been only, or convictions, there have been only 3 repeat offenses. 3. 1, 2, 3. In other words, if someone does it once, they don't do it again. They simply don't. Almost every one of those stops or violations or convictions was inadvertent. These are not drivers who are intentionally, for the most part, who are intentionally seeing a stop arm violation, the flashing lights and the stop sign come out, and say, well, I don't really care about the safety of the children, I'm just going to blow through it. People aren't like that. If they see it in enough time to be able to stop, then they stop. And that's borne out by the follow-up data that says if they miss it, if it's inadvertent, if their attention is distracted by something else, which may or may not be itself illegal, and they get a conviction as a result, they simply don't do it again because they've had their wake-up call. They know that they shouldn't be doing it. They're going to pay extra special attention, and they do pay extra special attention after that. So it's really nice to get onto the floor and say, we're going to increase the penalties, we're going to hit them with $700 or $950, or frankly, the law right now is $500 on a first offense, which is also not necessary. And that's going to stop all these violations from happening. But these fines, even if they're collectible, are imposed after the fact. What we really need is more awareness. What we really need is a public relations campaign, if you will. What we really need is people to be more aware they shouldn't be driving in a distracted manner. What this ends up being is simply a money grab out of the pockets of people who may or may not be able to afford it, fines which the judges may or may not even impose, because most of the people who are in court, frankly, are lower income people, and this becomes a choice then between other serious financial obligations that they have and paying a long-term fine. So the bottom line is, we can talk all we want on the floor here today. If you vote for this, you're going to feel really good that you did, and you can tell your constituents that you've saved the kids. But as a practical matter, this will have zero impact on the goal we all share, which is to have safer driving, that people obey the stop signs and the lights when they see them. It's just going to be a drain on the very few constituents of yours or others that have the repeat offenses. And as I say, 3 people out of 10,000 in the last 10 years. This is hardly worth the cost of changing the programs in the judicial system's computers to reflect this. I would encourage the common sense vote here, which is a no vote.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Dibble answer our question?
Senator Dibble will yield for questions. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, could we have a definition of what the proposed language in the bill does in terms of the someone blowing through a stop sign on the school bus?
Senator Dibble, directly to the question, please.
Mr. President, I'm wondering if Senator Housley would be better suited. She's the maker of the amendment.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not asking about the amendment. I'm asking about what the language in the proposed transportation bill does concerning someone violating the stop arm rule.
Senator Dibble.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the question, Senator Weber. We did hear this proposal in the Transportation Committee, where it received a favorable vote and then was referred to the Judiciary Committee, which is where this language is now as a separate bill. So at present, this language is not in the transportation bill.
Senator Weber.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Basically, as it relates to that issue, when a number of people in my community who are school bus drivers heard about the proposed language, well, the nicest phrase that I can repeat here on the floor, Mr. President, is, what were they smoking? And the reality of it is that for our school bus drivers, someone blowing through that stop arm is one of their greatest fears as they pick up and deliver home the kids that they transport. And so any type of lessening of the existing penalty is certainly nothing that should be done. And quite frankly, most of them whom I have talked to who have experienced almost to the person someone blowing by their bus when the stop sign is out would agree with the Housley amendment. Thank you very much.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Not to belabor this, I don't know this is like the marquee topic of the bill, but I think it's important. I think the idea that there's a bill floating around that just says this is no longer even a crime worries me. And I think, for one thing, I think this amendment would make it clear that the Senate doesn't think that's a good idea. And so whether the fines are increased or not, which this one does, and to Senator Latz's concern, if it's only 3 people, we're talking like $2,000. And I think $2,000 in a fine is dwarfed by every other fee that's gone on every bill out of here so far. But just also in terms of the process, and I have a lot of respect for the good chair of the Judiciary Committee, but it's ironically, in the last couple of days, we've passed a bill out of here that would criminalize someone with a sexual predator history or some other class 1, whatever, under 245C, some of the permanent bars. So we did that on the floor without any consideration for the consequences. And I think there are severe consequences to what might happen to innocent people or people that are long out of their infraction time. But we thought that was fine, Mr. President, to take that up and to vote on it. Just yesterday, we thought it was fine to ignore all of our Senate data custom and send out a bill that we don't even know what it does about the autism not registry bill, limited for one purpose, talking to one of the wags in the hallway who spent a long time about this. We don't know what the impact might be, but we were okay. 34 people and said yesterday, let's get this off to the races and into a conference. So, Mr. President, I think that I have a lot of regard for process, but there's times apparently when it's okay. This one just says, if you do it twice, we think that's really bad. If you do it 3 times, we think it's really, really bad. And if indeed one more child would be saved for this, Mr. President, how many kids would you want to try to save for a cost of $2,000? Would you have to have 100? Would you have to have 50? What if you're the mother of that kid? And I don't know. I'm going to vote to protect that kid, Mr. President. And I urge members to vote the same, to make sure that the Senate knows, the people know the Senate actually cares about protecting every kid. And this idea about getting rid of that as a crime and putting more and more kids at risk, those 10,000 people that blew by, that would be terrible. Mr. President, I urge members to vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's interesting hearing members talk about, increasing fines and it's just being a money grab and it's not necessary to stop the thing from happening. I wish we would hold that true across all bills and everything that we pass. We don't want to increase the fines for possibly kids getting killed if someone goes around a bus, but the MPC is increasing fines when the fines that they've been giving out aren't actually stopping anything. And they're not helping the environment, it's just a money grab. So I think maybe then we should decrease the fines that the MPC is handing out if that's how we're going to do this, and not increase fines for people who aren't doing anything wrong to the environment and getting fined tens of thousands of dollars for moving dirt around after they got permits. And the MPCA said it's about education, and then said, oops, well maybe we shouldn't have given fines to a nonprofit disabled veterans group, and then give less fines for a big corporation who's dumping pollution into the river. So yes, we should support this amendment and we should vote green, because we should not want to try to harm kids, and we should discourage people from passing buses. It makes a lot of sense. Vote green.
Any other announcements before we get to Housley? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Housley, for bringing this amendment forward. I support the amendment, and I urge members to vote green. Keep our kids safe.
Any more discussion of this amendment before we go to the author? Senator Powell.
Senator Housley, you're going to have to wait one more speaker.
I want to say thank you to Senator Housley for bringing this amendment forward. I know she cares about this as deeply as I do. We had a very robust discussion about this in the Transportation Committee. And as a mom who takes her children to school, to their bus stop, I should say, every morning, as I shared with my committee members, I have witnessed at least 3 times where someone had driven right around a school bus stop arm. And while kids were trying to cross the street, while kids were trying to get to a bus, and as a mom, I was just like ready to get out there and just chase that car and say, don't ever do that again. We do need to make sure that people, 1, are educated that they should not be doing that. And 2, we need to invest in the cameras that capture when violations like that do happen. Right now, only a percentage of our school buses have cameras built in where it captures violations, and therefore it's reported to law enforcement to follow up. A lot of our buses don't have that. As a preventative measure or as a measure to educate and to make sure we hold those violators accountable, I would be in support of investing more dollars into cameras. I do appreciate the higher amounts in the violations. To Senator Latz's point, there is only a few people that are actually doing that 2nd, 3rd, 4th violation. We heard that in committee as well, a report about that. And so to me, I feel that maybe it isn't necessary just because there are so few numbers that actually re-violate after the first time and being educated. But again, I want to thank Senator Housley for bringing this forward because she and I agree very much so that this should never happen. Thank you.
Now, Senator Housley, to your A2 amendment before we vote. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is to keep our kids safe. And Senator Last says the statistics only 3 in 10,000. I don't really care if it's 110,000 or 1 in 10,000. 1 child dies because somebody goes around a bus arm. This amendment is worth it. It can sit in judiciary all day, but if you vote no on this amendment, that's saying that you don't care if a person goes through it a 2nd time or a 3rd time. This is sending a message to everyone out there that this is wrong. This is wrong to go around a school bus arm. And if there's anything, this was actually brought to us by law enforcement. Public safety has asked for this, and they supported it. And if this could save 1 child from getting hit by a car going around a school bus arm, it's worth it. So folks, this is common sense, and this is a vote to keep our kids on the school bus and getting off the school bus safe. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A2 Housley amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Members, if you're in the chambers, please vote. All senators having voted who desires their vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 28 noes, the amendment is adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A14.
Senator Lucero offers the A14 amendment. The secretary will report the A14 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 129, after line 12, insert. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Lucero to the A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A14 requires that the North Star passenger rail cease operations by June 30th of 2026 and be replaced with an express bus service. Then, this amendment requires the Met Council to seek a waiver from the Federal Transit Administration for any federal funds that need to be reimbursed. This is a good amendment, Mr. President. I ask for a roll call, and I ask for member support. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble to the A14 Lucero amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a no vote on the A14. Mr. President, members, we do have a process that is occurring as we speak. The Met Council, in conjunction with the Department of Transportation, is taking a very close look at this question, as members and the public may be aware, and are engaged in a deliberative process, planning process, and conversation with the communities up and down the corridor, whether or not keeping the North Star corridor in place as a rail service is advisable, or converting to bus, and also what the implications are for having to repay the federal government for the investment that they've made in this corridor, as well as looking at the questions that we have with respect to the communities along the route who have invested in development and redevelopment and what that looks like, as well as, Mr. President, seeing if we shouldn't have done it right in the first place and made sure we had a rail service that actually made sense, serving the economic centers of the Twin Cities and St. Cloud, ultimately moving on up to the Fargo-Moorhead area, et cetera, Mr. President. And so that's happening right now, and so I think the A14 is ill-advised and a little bit jumps the gun on something that's already occurring. So I request a no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abler, we're on the A14 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'll urge members to vote no on this, but just let me offer just a little comment. The idea of North Star was an amazing idea in 2001 and 2002, and it ran afoul of politics. It was going to go up to Rice. It was going to be a commuter line that would bring people from greater Minnesota, St. Cloud, students, people with disabilities, all the way downtown, and it was like really exciting. It would have cost $111 million at that time. And due to politics, which I still am so sad about, it was delayed. Governor Plenty had just a nighttime experience apparently at one point along the line and said, "Oh, this has got great merit, but it's only going to go to Big Lake." And with all respect to the people who represent Big Lake and the greater Big Lake area, there's a lot of area on the around Big Lake, Mr. President. Not a lot of people felt like that was where they wanted to go, and so it was flawed from the beginning. People went to the Twins game, and then there was a snag with Anoka County where they paid their fair share, and so quit going to the Twins game. It was so handy and so convenient. It could have been so much better. And as a result, ridership is very low. The fee per person is ridiculously high. And even I, as a really strong supporter for a long time, realized that it's going to go away, I believe. There is a process, and it needs to be soft-landed in due course. I do want to commend the commissioner and their staff at the Met Council and around for working with the cities as we decide how to offload the various properties and facilities that have been built, frankly, at great cost to federal standards, Mr. President, which I don't even know were that necessary. But I think it's on track to go off track. And if there's alternatives that will serve to make sense in a real transportation way that makes fiscal sense, I think those should have a chance to go forward. So part of this is processing the morning of it going away because we were so excited about what it might have been back before it ran afoul of pointless political arguments. So, Mr. President, at least at this point, please vote no. Thank you.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to remind people that the reason this thing was doomed from the start was because it had to stop in Big Lake because that's where the track ended. They only had dual track till Big Lake, and then it was single track from there to, and that was the stoppage of the North Star Rail. And the real issue is it never performed to what it was designed to. It never had the ridership. It never became a profitable deal. Now, maybe that's because it didn't get built out to St. Cloud. But now there's 2 tracks there, and now the ridership, I don't care if you put it to St. Cloud or put it to Rice or where you put it, I don't think the ridership is going to be there. And so I think it's wise for us to put this thing in mothballs. I think the rapid bus transit is the right answer because it's more economical and actually saves us some money on all the cost it does for us to operate it. A rapid transit bus makes complete sense. Let's save some dollars.
Members, as a gentle reminder, all your comments are supposed to be faced towards the president. Any other discussion on the Lucero amendment before Senator Lucero speaks? Last. Seeing none, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. The North Star commuter line is a proven failure. For those who recall the conversation, it promised a lane and a half of traffic would come off of Highway 10. Guess what's happened in the years since then? Highway 10 has had major reconstruction because the traffic continues to grow on Highway 10. Years ago, when I was on the Transportation Committee in the other body, I reminded people rail is an obsolete technology and it is quickly being replaced. Keep in mind, this was a decade ago, quickly being replaced by work from home, flexible work models. And that is exactly what's happened. Third, the commuter line system is a hub and spoke model. It assumes people in the outlying areas are going to commute to some central core, Minneapolis, perform their work, and then return home. The model of working has changed. Minneapolis's commercial buildings are dying. The central core, the assumptions that go into the North Star have fundamentally changed. The North Star is losing approximately $1 million a month. $1 million a month. When you divide that into the number of passengers, it's approximately being subsidized or losing $115 per trip. So you have a person who rides down and then rides back in a round trip. That's 2 trips. $115 each time. We do not need to wait. We do not need to do further study. There's no more data. This was doomed from the beginning. It is an obsolete technology. We are facing a budget deficit. We need to make decisions on where we can cut. This is the lowest of the low fruit that we can cut for a more efficient system that's adaptive to lifestyles and work habits and that's bus. Highway 10, Mr. President and Senator Abler, Highway 10 through Anoka looks beautiful. Let's utilize bus rapid transit at $2 to $3 million per year, rather than losing $1 million per month under North Star. Mr. President, members, vote green to save taxpayer dollars and be more efficient fiduciaries. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A14 Lucero Amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Arrest votes no.
Senator Arrest votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two more to report. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 noes, the A14 Lucero Amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the biggest concerns that I hear from the folks that I represent is the cost of living increases that they've seen over the past few years from inflation. And in addition, Mr. President, the increase in taxes that they saw from the Democrat trifecta this last biennium. And one of the places that constituents really feel that pinch is when they're filling up their car with gas. And back in 2023, Minnesota Democrats not only increased the gas tax, but they put it on an automatic inflator, where the gas tax on Minnesotans is going to go up automatically for forever. It's taking money out of Minnesotans' pockets at a time when we need to be looking at efficiencies within state government. And so with that, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A30 and request a roll call.
Senator Rasmussen, can you tell me the number again?
A30, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A30. The Secretary will report the A30 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 6, line 13, delete $441,305,000. This is the A30 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A30 amendment would simply pause the automatic increases in the gas tax. I think when Minnesotans are facing tight budgets. We should be putting their families and their family budgets first and not the budget of the state government, and so would ask for members' support.
Senator Dibble to the A30 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I would request a no vote on the A30. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for bringing the amendment. Mr. President, members, the simple fact of the matter is that the way the gas tax is collected is on a per gallon basis. It's not pegged against the price, so it's not a sales tax in that sense. And so what we've experienced, of course, over many, many years is that the gas tax, which for a long time had been the workhorse of the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund, the Trunk Highway Fund, had lost its purchasing power relative to inflation very, 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 very dramatically, such that even the increases that we've passed in 2008 and then in 2023 does not restore it to the level that those who went before us paid, who did such an incredible job of building this amazing roadway and transportation system that we enjoy in Minnesota, the fourth largest number of roadway miles of any state in the country, if you haven't heard me say that before. Those roadway miles, of course, are a good thing because they've created the kind of economy and the kind of prosperity that we enjoy. We punch above our weight as a state relative to our size, relative to the size of our economy and population, as well as the literal size of our state. But we have to keep that roadway system up, and we have failed to do so. And so, Mr. President, what we did in increasing a very small amount, the gas tax, as well as making sure that it maintains its purchasing power. Ultimately, of course, we know that we're going to be changing the form of fuel that we use to propel our automobiles, and hence we have the surcharge for electric vehicles and hybrids that Senator Johnson Stewart instituted, and we're going to be looking to that more and more. So we need to keep up those investments in the vital infrastructure. Otherwise, we pay in other ways, in reduced prosperity and increased cost of maintenance to our roadways, and many, many, many other ways. Ultimately, we do pay if we fail to invest. We might as well pay, like I'd like to say, from the front pocket instead of the back pocket. And frankly, Mr. President, Minnesotans understand the value they get from this sort of a tax that they pay for transportation because it touches their lives in tangible ways every single day. We saw 2 winters ago, we had the bumper crop of potholes because of the freeze-thaw cycle that year. We will continue to experience those kinds of frankly, extremely disruptive events if we don't get a handle on our roadway maintenance and we put a good down payment on the table in 2023. Let's maintain that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of the amendment by Senator Rasmussen. Members, when you raise the price of energy in general, but let's just say gas tax in particular, it hurts the least able to pay, your lower income people, because ultimately that taxation is an expense on the private sector. So the result is you increase transportation costs, you increase almost everything, because gas and energy is the lifeblood of our economy. And when you increase that cost, you increase the cost of everything connected to it. That's the problem. Now, this isn't just my opinion, by the way, Mr. President and members. I kept a report under Governor Dayton. It was March 2015, I believe. I think I actually have it yet in the car. And in there, MMB came out with a quarterly report that said that because gas prices had dropped by over $1 some a gallon, this created a windfall to families' budgets of about $900 a year. In turn, the $900 was spent in the economy, and according to MMB, under Governor Dayton, this increased tax revenues of about $2 billion in the state of Minnesota. And the result was we had a surplus. So you have to understand that higher taxes don't necessarily produce higher revenues. When you have a competitive tax, especially on energy and gasoline, you actually create higher revenues because the private sector grows. It's an inverse relationship. It's not only true with gas, it's true with our tax code in general. So members, please vote to help the low income, keep prices reasonable, and create higher tax revenues, which is what, I know Democrats want higher tax revenues. You don't get higher tax revenues other than through productivity if you keep raising your taxes and making it uncompetitive. The result is the successful leave your state, and that's exactly what's happened. So please vote green if you care about low-income people and higher tax revenues. Thank you.
The last voice we'll hear before we vote will be that of Senator Rasmussen, who says he doesn't need to speak. The secretary will take the roll on the A30 amendment. Senator Umar-Baten, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. Members, if you're in the chambers, will you please vote? All senators having voted who desires a vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A30 Rasmussen Amendment is not adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A26 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A26 amendment. The secretary will report the A26 Jasinski amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 80, delete Section 36. This is the A26 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A26 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's 125. I figured it's time for a friendly amendment. So this is a amendment that was brought to me actually just today by the chiefs of police. What it does is it deletes Section 36 on page 80. It has to do with reporting of bodily harm at an accident. What this will allow the police to do is get that information at the time of the accident. So if there's a delay, they'll know the information at the accident. So if it was not reported a couple weeks later when they're doing reports, they may not remember all the details. So this cleans it up. I've talked with Senator Dibble and the stakeholders. I believe it's a friendly amendment. Ask for a green vote with no roll call.
Any other discussion? Senator Dibble to the A26 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski is correct. We've discussed this change to the bill, and I had a conversation earlier this morning with the chiefs of police members. This language was brought forward by the executive branch. They're aware of making this change. They're comfortable with taking this out. I will report that the other chamber has included this language in their bill, and so the subject matter will be in front of the conference committee in the next stage of the deliberative process, so we'll have more opportunity to discuss the issue being, of course, filing crash reports when there are injuries, but the injuries aren't known or discovered or otherwise tended to until much after the fact, making a police report much more difficult in those circumstances. So we have some things to work out. Thank you, Mr. President.
That being said, all in favor of the 826 amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the 826 Jasinski amendment is adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A25 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A25 amendment. The Secretary will report the A25 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 82 after line 14, insert. This is the A25 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A25 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to thank Senator Dibble for allowing a hearing in the committee this year on this. We had a lot of discussion over it. We actually took it back kind of the drawing board, made changes from the stakeholders to address issues from the other side of the aisle. We worked on that for quite some time and came up with a revised version that reduces the increases, but it actually increases. So what this does is increase the penalties of not having insurance. For the auto drivers out there, we're seeing more and more accidents increasing in Minnesota. When there's an accident takes place and the person who is involved in the accident does not have insurance. Again, that's against the law to not have insurance. So what this would do would increase those penalties. I believe it's been at $200 for many, many years, since I believe 2004. So by this amendment, we were originally going to raise it to $400, but again, going through the negotiations with the concerns from the other side, we reduced that. So it would go from $200 to $250. And then it would be not less than $400 for a conviction occurring within 10 years of a prior conviction. So again, if we're looking for the repeat offenders that are doing this, and we're just increasing that penalty, I know we've always talked a lot about progressive discipline. This is that issue that would increase the penalty. And then another level would be not less than $600 for a violation occurring with 10 years or more of 2 or more violations. So again, what's happening out there, people are not paying for insurance. They get involved in an accident. The person that does have insurance a lot of times does not get compensated for both damages to their vehicle and other incident or injuries as well. It covers uninsured motorists, covers a certain amount, but what's happening is more and more people who are legal, abiding, have insurance, are being shorted of their damages because the people do not have insurance. There was also a concern over this when we brought it up for people who cannot afford this, but what this actually does, it imposes a fine under paragraph the misdemeanor that may be stayed if the individual conviction under this section obtains subsequent proof of insurance for the vehicle that was operated at the time of demand. So if they get insurance after that, they can actually waive that amount to do that. And so we've done that to address the issues that people can't afford it. And there's several other ways to do that. So with that, I would ask for a green vote and a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jasinski, for bringing the A25 amendment. Senator Jasinski is accurate in saying that a lot of work was done on this from the first hearing, then in between, and then to the sub. We had 2 hearings in front of the Transportation Committee, and I appreciate all the hard work and working with the folks with different perspectives. We didn't quite get there, and so we didn't have a final dispensation of this matter, and I acknowledge that there was a lot of hard work done. What I would request, members, is that we do not support the 825 because the conversation, the work is ongoing. There's another initiative that's occurring in the Senate as we speak, and that has to do with creating an insurance product that's more affordable for those who cannot afford auto insurance. Everyone knows, of course, the premiums for property casualty for auto insurance are going up fairly precipitously. Homeowners are experiencing it. We're experiencing it across the board. And so that was really the concern that was articulated by a number of our members, that folks who can least afford it are the ones that are most often in violation of these rules and these laws, which are very important, and everyone acknowledged that. Extremely important to find a remedy for uninsured motorists, and that maybe through the one side, which is providing a place for them to find the kinds of insurance that they can afford, and on the flip side, of course, there's what's to be done when there's a violation of law. So we're still in that conversation, still trying to work it out, still seeing if we can address both sides of that conversation in tandem, and so that work goes on and continues through this biennial cycle. And so I'd request the opportunity for us to keep working on it in the Senate Transportation Committee as we move into the second half of this biennium. So for the moment, members, I would prefer to not take the 825 into this omnibus bill and would request a no vote. Thank you very much.
Any other discussion before we go to the author for any final comments? Senator Jasinski, you want us just to take the vote, or you have a couple more comments? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, members. Again, I'd urge a green vote. Thank you.
The secretary will take the roll on the A25 Jasinski amendment. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Umer Verbaeten votes no.
And Senator Umu Verbaeten votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A25 Jasinski amendment is not adopted. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two issues that I would like to bring up and discuss that weren't included in this bill, Mr. President. The first has to do with escort vehicles. And under the current administration, they kind of changed their procedures on how escort vehicles are allowed to escort manufactured homes. And this amendment that I had prepared would require the commissioner to have some language in the permit so there's clarification ahead of time when people request the permit to transport these said manufactured homes. So one of the things that would be required was the number of vehicles required and whether or not you needed a licensed peace officer. And then alternative ways to solve the transportation issue would also be discussed. But with talking with the author of the bill, Mr. President, he feels it is not ready. The stakeholders have been working on this for probably 7 months, but he feels there's not Peace in the Valley, so I will not offer the A15 for the front desk. We will not be using the A15, but I wanted to bring it up so everybody is aware of it. It is something we need to fix, and hopefully we can work on it and get it ready for next year. With that, I would like to offer the A5.
Senator Draheim offers the A5 amendment. The secretary will report the A5 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 126 after line 15, insert. This is the A5 amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. As most of you know, I put on 42,000 miles a year in my vehicle, and all times of the day and night, different weather conditions. And one of the frustrating parts for me is a safety issue. And I'm not as worried about my safety, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old kids on the road, and them not having as much experience driving as I do. We all worry about our kids and when they're out and about. But what this A5 amendment has to do with, Mr. President, is having your lights on. It is very frustrating, and in fact, leaving the I-90 gathering we had the other night, I saw a car at 9:30 at night with no lights on. This bill wouldn't fix that, but it would help when it is extremely foggy. And just to remind those rangers, we do have lakes in southern Minnesota, and they're fantastic. And it gets foggy in southern Minnesota, especially around those lakes. But we also have the snow and the sleet, and of course the rain. And law requires that we turn on those lights. So what I am asking, which I hope will be a friendly amendment, is the traffic safety messages. So the electronic signs that are already up that sometimes have awkward sayings on them that in an attempt to be funny, I think it's more important that we remind drivers in that inclement weather to turn the darn lights on. So that is the A5, members.
Thank you, Senator Draheim. Senator Ann Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Draheim. I offered to Senator Dibble that I would stand up and provide some insight on this issue. I did a little bit of research on these changeable message signs, anticipating another amendment that I would infer we'll be seeing soon. So, Senator Draheim, I think this is a good idea. I'm not sure we need to legislate it. I will not say vote green or red. What I do know from my research anticipating the other amendment this morning is that MnDOT has put significant amounts of thought into the messages, and that they are allowed, in fact, to put both positive messages that we might consider to be funny or cute, and they actually find them to be a very good way to interact with drivers. And so I think this is a good idea. I'm going to remain neutral on it. Senator Dibble is welcome to stand up and offer his own thoughts, but I don't think there's any safety issue related to this. And in fact, while most of us know that we're required to put our lights on when driving during inclement weather, and some of us have cars wherein the lights will automatically turn on when our windshield senses moisture, that's not in fact true for everyone. And so I could be persuaded to vote yes. So that's my very murky 2 cents, and Senator Dibble will add his own.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Draheim, for the A5 amendment. And Senator Draheim did mention that he was going to be bringing this forward, so I appreciate the heads up. And so my reaction is similar to Senator Johnson Stewart's, in that this may well be a good idea, but emphasis on the word may, because I don't believe this was prepared as bill, and so we hadn't had the opportunity to fully discuss this matter in committee. I would just indicate to those who are going to be voting on the A5 to vote how they see fit. I don't think it does the bill any damage or does the interest of public safety or the public's interest any real damage. I just wish we would have had the opportunity to hear this bill or hear this idea in committee. So I'll be voting no, but I would encourage folks to take a close look at the A5 and see how they feel about it, and perhaps we can have further deliberation and discussion on the subject at the next stage of the deliberative process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Draheim, to your A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks for the discussion, members, on this A5 amendment. And I think there's a little confusion on the auto, on the lights. A lot of people, including my wife, runs with her lights on auto, which works great at night, but sometimes in that fog or rain, your rear lights don't turn on. And that's my number one fear for a young person driving in bad weather, is rear-ending someone. So I think this is a common sense amendment that will not only hopefully save lives or save accidents, it'll also save hopefully on car insurance. So please support the A5. Thank you.
All those in favor of the A5 Draheim amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A5 is adopted. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A4 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski offers the A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 2438, as amended pursuant to Rule 45, as follows. Page 130, after line 15, insert. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I have shared this amendment with both Senator Dibble and Senator Johnson Stewart ahead of time. This amendment comes out of a bill that I introduced, Senate File 3013, several weeks ago. It deals with these digital traffic safety message campaigns located on our freeways throughout the state of Minnesota. You see them with all kinds of creative messaging, many times telling you what you should be doing, when, and how. In addition to what I think is the original intent of these signs was to share road hazards and other road condition information with drivers to make their commute safer. I'll read the really operative part of the amendment to you to kind of give you a sense of what this directs MnDOT to refrain from certain types of messaging that is over the top and certainly very distracting, not useful, and it could be said by some researchers as dangerous. So the language, the operative part says that MnDOT should not be using messages that, quote, convey a clear and simple message without witticisms, colloquialisms, neologisms, portmanteaus, hashtags, electronic or internet shorthand or slang, popular cultural references that target or are comprehended by a limited segment of the driving population, or any other message relying on hidden meanings, targeted cultural knowledge, or unconventional syntax to understand the message. So, members, it basically says, let's not have messages that are complex, and let's not have messages that, if you read more of the amendment, that are not targeted towards actualities around driver safety that are present and truly there, but rather focus on what it was intended for instead of big brother type messages that climb out onto these digital billboards and pull your attention as a driver from the roadway onto the big digital billboard, reading the message, and Mr. President, trying to figure out what the message means and having the neurons in your head focusing on that, all the while distracting you as a driver from the roadway, the lane, the cars beside you, in front of you, and behind you, your speed, and the things that matter to keep you safe. Instead, we have an agency involved in what is called, I got to find the name of it, members, Message Monday. We have in Minnesota Message Monday. The Department of Transportation reaches out through their website to submit to the people of Minnesota, share with us what messages you would like us to distract Minnesota drivers with, your preference of messages. Please send them in. We reserve the right to publish your messages on the signs with or without editing, and they become our information. The only thing is, with your creativity, please do not include any profanity or vulgar or disparaging language, because we might cut that out. But we will distract Minnesotans with your message if you have the most creative and the coolest one. Now, members, I've been collecting these messages for the last several weeks, and I'll share some of them with you. Feel free to laugh, because this is your government at work, members. So think about this. You're driving down the road, a freeway. There's traffic on the left of you. You're on the right lane. There's traffic ahead of you. There's traffic behind you. You're doing 65 miles an hour, Mr. President, which a crash is enough to kill you at that point. Okay? So this message billboard is distracting. Instead of being on the roadway, it is distracting you over to here to view these messages. And when you're viewing them, then your brain quickly goes into trying to figure out what this creativity and the person who intended to distract you meant by their messages. So here are some of the messages, Mr. President. Dear Minnesota, eyes up, phones down, you're spelled D-E-E-R, dear. You're dear. Next one, hocus pocus, let's refocus on driving safely. These are on Message Mondays, members. Pay attention to Message Mondays. Keep your spirits up and your driving sober. I don't know, when I drive, it's usually about 6 or 7 in the morning. There's probably not a lot of drunk drivers on the road then, but maybe there are. Reduce your speed as you proceed. Now, isn't that cute, Mr. President? Reduce your speed as you proceed. And my favorite prepositions included in this one, Mr. President. Roses are red, violets are blue, I buckle up for you. Isn't that nice? That's our Department of Transportation through Message Mondays. Only the hot dish should be baked. Don't drive high. The next one, members, weed, W-E-E-D, we'd like to remind you that driving high is illegal. Weed, okay? The next one, spring forward with care. This must have been during daylight savings change. Spring forward with care. Drowsy drivers may be there. And be a good elf, protect yourself, wear your seatbelt. Road safety rules are your best tools, wear your belt. The next one, what matters most? Buckle up to make it home safely. Look twice, save a life, motorcycles are here. Don't rely on a 4-leaf clover, drive safe and sober. Put down phones, extra patrols now. And the last one I have for you, members, April Fools, with a question mark, crashes are no joke. Focus on the road. So, Mr. President, they are distracting the drivers who are trying to remain in their lane and be safe. And this is our Department of Transportation, which I don't have to remind people, we have this campaign going towards 0 deaths going on. So think about this. Our huge Minnesota Department of Public Safety is focused on trying to reduce the number of deaths. So far this year, I got the number here somewhere, Mr. President. Okay, hold please. But so far this year, 91 deaths on Minnesota roadways. There were a total of 479 in 2024. At this point in 2024, there were 114. So we have a few less than at this time last year. Mr. President, recently in 2022, published in the publication science.org, a science website that deals with publications and research, published a study done by a person from the University of Minnesota, smart guy at the University of Minnesota, partnered with a smart guy from the University of Toronto, and they studied what happened in the state of Texas when they had confusing messages on their electronic boards. And you know what they found out? A 4.5% increases in crashes with these complex messages because drivers are distracted. So, members, if we're going to head towards 0 deaths, let's not have a government that goes out of its way to distract us and increase the likelihood. And members, this is not the only research out here that is saying this. There are more and more and more of these going, and I wonder if our Department of Transportation is paying attention. And maybe they aren't. Maybe they're distracted, Mr. President. So if they're distracted, maybe we need to write language into this bill to do it. That's why I bring the amendment today. Mr. President, I ask for a roll call and ask for your vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Drazkowski, for at least giving me a few chuckles, and they were all in good faith. I was laughing with you. Okay. I did prepare for this amendment by calling several, actually many friends at the DOT who work in the Traffic Management Center in Roseville, which is in fact where they program the signs, and asked why they do this, and asked if they had any objection to eliminating their ability to be a little bit less rigid in their messages. And what they told me is that these messages allow them to communicate with the traveling public in a way that's fun, in a way that children can get in on the fun of it. They have a lot of positive interactions with kids and with programs wherein they can submit these messages. Research does show, and I agree, you can argue with any study you find, but overall the research shows that these messages do not cause an increase in accidents. They are allowed by what I love to call the MUCTA, the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. They are allowed by the Federal Highway Administration. And frankly, come on, they're fun. So I am going to be voting no, but I'm going to be voting no with a good conscience, because the reason I reached out to my friends in the traffic control world was to make sure that a no vote on this was a responsible vote, and that in fact I wasn't voting no on something that could in fact improve traffic safety. So thank you, Senator Drazkowski. I would challenge all of us to come up with some fun sign messages, and I'll make sure that they get to the appropriate people if in fact this amendment fails. So thank you.
Any other discussion on the A4 Drazkowski amendment? If not, okay. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do appreciate. I was hoping that Senator Drazkowski would be like super witty and use a bunch of neologisms and portmanteaus of his own when he was presenting this amendment. Maybe I would have been in favor of it. I'm actually not necessarily opposed, and this was introduced as a bill, which Senator Drazkowski brought to my attention, which in fact fell into the category of not living our lives in one day category, saving some of the good stuff for the second half of the biennium, and we're planning to bring this discussion forward. So at this time, I'd prefer not to take this amendment into the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Drazkowski yield for a question?
Senator Drazkowski will yield. He's ready. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am just wondering if a green vote will mean that the Minnesota Department of Transportation will have to stay in their lane. Mr. President, I had to have a sappy one-liner in there.
Senator Drazkowski, would you like to answer that?
I think, Mr. President, thank you. I think Senator Lucero already has. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we go to Senator Drazkowski as the last voice? You're the last voice, Senator Drazkowski, before we vote on the A4 Drazkowski amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the discussion, members. And I did expect my Democrat friends to call the government because that's always, members, that's one of my frustrations with this place. It's always a reflexive, what does the government want? What do they want to do? Well, we heard Senator Johnson Stewart said they just want to have fun. Well, fun kills at 65 miles an hour, Mr. President. And that's what this amendment is about. It's about the government distracting us. I wonder how many FTEs that are having fun with this at the Minnesota Department of Transportation, while the research tells us that it increases crashes by 4.5%. We're going the wrong direction at someone else's expense here, and that's the reason for the amendment. Senator Dibble, thank you for offering to dig into this one deeper next session. I'm hopeful we can put it on the bill before then. And in the meantime, I ask for your vote, Mr. President and members. And Senator Dibble, this one's for you. Dear MnDOT, roses are red, violets are blue. We're paying attention. We hope you are too.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A4 Drazkowski amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
And Senator Johnson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes. Oh, I'll wait. Senator Western, will you just let us know how you would vote and we'll make sure it's done? Will you pick up the mic and tell us how you want to go? Senator Western votes aye. Now the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A4 Drazkowski amendment is not adopted. Senator Drazkowski, to your next amendment.
Mr. President, I move the A12 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski offers the A12 amendment. The secretary will report the A12 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 24, after line 5, insert. This is the A12 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your A12 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment simply cancels out the remaining funding on the bicycle welfare money that the Democrats passed in the budget last year and turns it into highway user tax distribution fund money to fix our roads and bridges. Mr. President, we see all kinds of welfare happening in this big welfare state we live in. We just heard that there's actually insurance welfare as well. I didn't have that on my list, but add that to food welfare and housing welfare and car welfare and the bunch of other welfares that we have. Now we've got bicycle welfare into the law. This would get rid of the bicycle welfare and actually spend the money instead on our roads and bridges. I encourage your support and ask for a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble on the A12 Drazkowski amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Despite Senator Drazkowski's trying to use the term welfare as a pejorative, the rebates and the assistance in allowing folks to access e-bikes actually has a very sound foundation in public policy, in the public's interest. Mr. President, members, bicycles are an important means of transportation and access for many people, and many people would like to use bicycles who cannot today, but because of income and or physical ability. And Mr. President, e-bikes are a little bit more expensive than regular bicycles, but make that form of transportation accessible and available to folks, whether because of age or income limitations or physical ability. They can't access those. So this is a time-limited initiative to help establish and spark the adoption of e-bikes and the e-bike as a product and as an industry, and has a very, very beneficial effect that is not about simply letting folks purchase a toy for their own amusement or pleasure, but letting folks who otherwise wouldn't have access to the places and things where they need to go to live their lives, to enjoy a measure of independence and dignity and prosperity. Mr. President, that's what transportation is all about. Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a no vote.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and Senator Drazkowski. On part of your amendment, I actually agree with you. In the current law, I think that this would have been a very vulnerable project and would simply just be something that would be a good source of funds. However, and that's a big however, recognizing that and recognizing the value of people that can do e-bikes and with disabilities, the very next amendment, Mr. President, has actually been vetted through the entire process. It's been through every committee it should have gone to, Mr. President, the very next amendment. And so if you can just hold off on, well, actually, we could probably reinstate it if this amendment happened. That'd be a little complicated. But please vote no on this. And without going into the next amendment, Mr. President, which would take me off topic, but I promise if you would like to have an e-bike program that serves people of modest and low income and gives people with disabilities a chance to ride around and help 3,000 people, please vote no. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A12 Drazkowski amendment before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Drazkowski, any final words?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, the last biennium, Democrats in Minnesota spent $19 billion. Much of it was seemingly recreationally spent. This is one example. There was, I'm trying to remember, $4 or $5 million total for the biennium that was appropriated for bicycle welfare. Members, if you ask people in Minnesota whether we should take their tax money to buy other people bicycles, the answer will be a square no 99% of the time. This is welfare. It's not necessary. If we can't cut the bicycle welfare out of the budget when we're facing a $6 billion deficit, we don't have the will in this body to cut anything. I encourage you to support the amendment, and let's show a good start here forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A12 Drazkowski amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 36 noes, the A12 Drazkowski amendment is not adopted. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move the A6 amendment.
Senator Abler offers the A6 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A6 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 103, after line 16, insert. This is the A6 amendment.
Senator Abler, to-year amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. The Senate has just taken a position that it would like to keep some kind of an e-bike program. And so I have an offer that I think they will find useful. Just to the discussion about proper vetting, I want to say, Mr. President, this bill has enjoyed 3 trips to the Tax Committee. And a very thorough bit of work there, and it's actually highly functional, and I think it'll take a program that was frankly a little, not fuzzy, but maybe that was nice, but make it a program which could be, I don't know, maybe the cutest bill of the day, or something we can all be proud of, that we can just actually feel good in this very challenging time. And so the way the program was set up before, Mr. President, was it was random, first come, first serve. They were $1,500 chits from Senator Fateh had the bill, and they were 40% went to lower or moderate income people. In 11 seconds, the money ran out as 1% of the Minnesotans thought they would like to take a part of this. So I think the idea that this is a popular program amongst the people who do pay taxes and who want to get a chance at this was proven. However, given the challenge of the budget, I worked with the bike advocates, the disability advocates, and other people to find a way to make this truly a program that we could be actually proud of. It's still one-time money. There's $2.5 million left. But the program now is all directed to people of modest and low incomes, $71,000 and $42,000, I think, for a married couple and singles. But you have to have a bona fide disability, either from the Social Security or have a parking pass. And it's going to be a lottery. And so we also cut the amount in half because e-bike prices have gone down. And so there's $750 per voucher, and then there'll be put together by the Department of Revenue in a way that they are actually kind of excited about. This has been vetted so thoroughly, Mr. President, the Commissioner himself, Commissioner Marquardt, was involved in finding a way to make this function. And so sometimes all the branches work together and we can really do some good work. And so just one anecdote and then I'll be done. So not knowing a lot about this before I got involved, I had an opportunity to meet all kinds of e-bikers, Mr. President, and they're everywhere. But I was at Aldi in Coon Rapids, and I ran into this fellow in the hallway on an e-bike. And he had a little basket on the back. He was in the aisle of Aldi shopping with this e-bike. And so we chatted, like, oh, look at that. And he said, yeah, it works great, because he wasn't very mobile, and this was his vehicle. And so then, curiously enough, like just last week, I was driving next to Aldi, and there he is scooting in again to go get his groceries. And so is this something that's simply just a nice thought? I think it actually will provide mobility, Mr. President, for 3,000 persons with disabilities that may not have a car or the ability to get around. It's very economical. And I think that if there was a way to make this program work, this is the way. Actually, I'm quite proud of it. And so, members, I urge your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to express my appreciation to Senator Abler for working with the members of the Tax Committee. I think we now have a very solid program. It's auditable. The way in which you qualify for it is verifiable up front before you're even part of the lottery. But having to file a tax return for 2 years in a row, fraud is greatly diminished, if not eradicated, and then to make sure that the way in which the person with a disability is defined is because they receive SSI, which would show up on their tax return. So I think this is a really good closed loop in moving forward with the e-bike provision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just raising my hand to indicate that Senator Rest wanted to talk.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will echo the thoughts of Senator Rest in thanking Senator Abler and others for working on this proposal and revising it to what we see here today in the A6 so that it's a lottery. It has an income test that's more easily verified, and as for those with disabilities, I think we have a good proposal in front of us and would encourage a yes vote for the A6. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mitchell.
Yes, thank you, Senator Abler, for this proposal. I like the proposal. The one thing that I would like to mention that I see sometimes in different things that we do tax-wise and how we do the graduations of who does what is that a married couple gets one amount, all others get a different amount, and a lot of times we forget families that have a head of household situation. So families that have a single parent with multiple kids that are low income, that maybe have even more of a reason to be at the level that the married household has it, people who take care of elderly parents, or if we're talking about disabilities, family members with disabilities who aren't contributing to the income, that should maybe have the higher amount because they are supporting multiple people. So my only ask, if we look at things like this, is that we also consider all those families that are taking care of others and the head of household situation.
Members, we are going to the author, if he has any final words, or we can go straight to the vote. All in favor of the A6 Abler Amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The A6 Amendment is adopted. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A20 Amendment.
Senator Nelson offers the A20 Amendment. The Secretary will report the A20 Amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 8, delete lines 24 to 27 and insert. This is the A20 amendment.
Senator Nelson to your A20 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, one thing I think we all agree upon is that we should make sure that we use all of our state funds, our taxpayer funds, in a very frugal way as far as making sure that we don't duplicate things that are already being done. The A20 amendment actually redirects the resilient pavement funding, that's a new funding stream, $10 million, to the funding streams we already have, the pavement investment program and the long-term pavement performance program that we have along with the federal government. So there's really no need to reinvent the wheel here. We already have two programs that are proven to help choose and develop what type of pavement surfaces are the best for a particular road. Instead of creating a new separate program with language still under debate, we should simply use the existing LTPP program or the pavement investment program. We have two to choose from. And I also want members to know that we should be trusting our engineers to choose which is the best surface, the best surfacing. We need to let professional engineers, not legislation, decide the right material for each project. The amendment, the current language in the bill, actually it favors concrete. And as a result, the material choices are biased, the project selection is pointed towards concrete, and yet it doesn't have a full life cycle evaluation. So while I think this is well intended, I do not think it's necessary, and I also think it's costly because it would perpetually choose a 50-year plus concrete, undervaluing the more flexibility of asphalt, the low initial costs, and the maintenance benefits. So I urge a yes vote.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you, Mr. President. I get to stand up and actually talk about pavement, which you know is very exciting for me. Thank you, Senator Nelson. This, in fact, is a great idea, and I'm already on it. So, members, just to give you a little bit of background, currently MnDOT has a maximum design life of 35 years for its roadway pavements. That's, in fact, what most concrete pavements are designed for, and most blacktop pavements are designed for 20 years. This amendment and the information you have in front of you from MAPA, or the Minnesota Asphalt Pavement Association, is true, interesting, important, and MnDOT does have a long-term pavement performance program, which we found out about after the Resilient Pavement Program had made its way through committee. I do want to say that while you see on the handout from Senator Nelson that this is not material neutral yet, I would venture to guess that I am the only one in the room with an I Love Asphalt bumper sticker and a Pave the Planet t-shirt. Anyone? Senator Champion, you'll have to look around for me. Is anybody raising their hand? Okay, I was pretty sure about that.
No.
So I love asphalt. This is not intended to be a pro-asphalt or pro-concrete amendment. What it is intended to do, Senator Nelson and I are on the same page. I will be asking for a no vote on this only because we are already working to incorporate the language of this information into a bill. Senator Dibble and I are working with the chairs in the House. The intent, so that everybody knows this, is for MnDOT to be able to invest in longer design lives of pavement Make sure you understand that both blacktop or asphalt and concrete are capable of being designed and constructed to meet a design life of 50 years. That is something that they're capable of. However, it is not necessarily, and in fact, it's never the most cost-effective solution, and that's why we don't design pavements to last 50 years. It's just frankly too expensive. And so what this will allow for is for MnDOT to pick and to continue, to Senator Nelson's point, to continue to fund the long-term pavement performance program in ways that allow for the engineers, again, to Senator Nelson's point, the engineers to decide where we might want to invest more money outside of their current constraints of the best cost-effective solution, but in order to apply more money to projects where a 50-year design is really appropriate. I have talked about this in committee and talked about how a rural downtown, for example, that has a state trunk highway as its main street, it would be so great if we could design that pavement for 50 years so that in our lifetimes we only have to see the pavement ripped up twice maybe versus 4 times with a 20-year design. So it's a really important movement. I'm so glad that my colleagues have allowed me to work on it. Again, I'm working directly with the chair of the House Transportation Committee to make sure that this language is incorporated and we merge the two programs. Do I have to keep talking or are you ready? Okay, I was kind of tap dancing there a little bit. So we just want to make sure that we are efficient and we are working with the engineers to make sure that the core objective is met. I will encourage a no vote on this just because we're already working behind the scenes, but I want to compliment Senator Nelson on bringing this forward because, in fact, it's a great idea.
Senator Johnson Stewart, are you requesting a roll call vote? Because I wasn't sure what you were getting to.
Yes, please, a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Johnson Stewart stand for a question?
Senator Johnson Stewart, will you stand for a question? She will. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just curious, Senator Johnson Stewart, if you're qualified to actually talk to this amendment, speak to this amendment.
Senator Johnson Stewart, to the question.
Oh, Senator Jasinski, this is my happiest day because for once I actually am qualified to talk to the amendment.
Thank you,
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Johnson Stewart stand for one more question?
Senator Johnson Stewart, will you yield for one more question? She will yield. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson Stewart, are you an engineer?
Senator Johnson Stewart, to the question.
I am, in fact, and so is Carrie Dietzig.
Any additional questions before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Dibble.
Mr. President, I would like to propose we divide the amendment.
And where would you like to divide it?
I would like to divide the amendment between lines 1.7 and 1.8.
And which portion would you like for us to handle first?
I think, Mr. President, Senator Nelson gets to determine that, but may I mention why I would propose to divide the amendment?
Yes, and then we'll go to Senator Nelson for her to determine which portion of the division she would like to have first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would propose that we accept the first part of the amendment, which would redirect the $5 million into the long-term pavement performance program, but reject the second part of the amendment, which deletes the establishment of the resilient pavement program initiative of Senator Johnson Stewart's. I think as Senator Johnson Stewart indicated, that is the direction in which we're moving, so it would be appropriate to put those funds into the long-term pavement performance program, but allow us to keep the language of Senator Johnson Stewart so that we can continue to work on it in the direction that has been indicated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson, will you just tell us which portion you'd like for us to go first or second? And I'm calling the first part A and the second part B. Senator
Yes.
Nelson, if you'll let us know.
Mr. President and members, I appreciate the fact that we're all thinking along the same line here. I believe this is a friendly division, by the way, if there's such a thing. And I would support taking the A part of the amendment first, which is moving the $5 million to the programs that we already have, the successful programs we already have.
We'll let the Secretary report the division before we go to Senator Rest.
The first portion of the amendment as divided by Senator Dibble is lines 1.4 to 1.7 of the A20 amendment.
Senator Rest, is it pertaining to this? Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm trying to understand that the deletion of lines 24 to 27 and keeping lines 1.4 to 1.7 are in order in and of themselves so that it does not disturb the budget target here, as opposed to the impact of deleting Section 2 on page 98. I wonder if either Senator Dibble or Senator Nelson would explain exactly how that works.
Senator Nelson, it is your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Rest. That's a very good question. The first part of the amendment, which we will be adopting here soon, takes the appropriation from the new pavement, I forgot the name of it, and it instead moves it to the long-term pavement performance program, which we already have, which is already working. And at the same time, by dividing the amendment, it allows the program, the pavement resiliency program, which is a way to look in the future to still be that program, but without the funding.
Senator Nelson, if I might, I was just talking to the front desk. If you want to do this, because I think this might help Senator Rest as well, what you could do on the A20 is to just delete the lines 1.8 to, the line 1.8. And then the only thing we have left would be what's left on the A20, which is easier than doing a division, because if you just delete that line, that is what we could do.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's what I was aiming for.
That's because, Senator Rest, you're always ahead of us, so thank you so very much for that. Senator Dibble, in order to get to that point, you need to withdraw your request for the division.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will withdraw my request to divide the A20.
The request to divide has been withdrawn. Now, Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move that we delete the lines 1.8 through 1.11 in the A20 amendment.
You only need to do the 1.8 because you wanted to renumber in sequence
correct.
and that sort of
Thank
thing.
you. I move that we delete line 1.8 in the A20 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend the A20 amendment as follows on page 1, delete line 8.
And that would be an amendment to the amendment, just so that we're clear. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. We are on the A20 amendment as amended. Any other questions? Senator Johnson Stewart, is it to this point?
It is to withdraw my request for a roll call, sir.
So do you, there is a roll call. Are you asking to withdraw the roll call? Roll call withdrawn.
Mr.
Nelson.
Mr. President, I will put on a roll call. I think this is a great amendment and as amended, and ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Roll call requested, roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the A20 amendment as amended. Senator Uma Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. Senator Hochschild, are you planning to vote? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 64 ayes and 1 nay. The amendment is adopted. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A13 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A13 amendment. The secretary will report the A13 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 81, after line 23, insert. This is the A13 amendment.
Senator Coleman, to your A13 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a perennial, in my opinion, genius amendment that increases the speed limit on 35E on the stretch where it is a painful 45 miles per hour to a reasonable 55 miles per hour. And members, I'm hoping you can give me a miracle here today. Because as you know, members, great moments are born from great opportunity. And that's what we have here today, senators. That's what we've earned here today. One amendment. If I offer it 10 times, it might fail 9, but not this amendment, not today. Today, we vote for it. Today, we stay with it, and we amend it onto the bill because we can. Today, we are the greatest legislative body in the world. You were born to be senators, each and every one of you, and you were meant to be here today. This is your time. The time of not driving 55 miles per hour on 35E, it's done. It's over. I'm sick and tired of hearing from folks about what a great idea 45 miles per hour is. Forget them. This is our time. Now go out there and take it. Vote green.
Senator Dibble. Okay, we're going to Senator Pappas.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you so much to my fellow speedy senator or speeding senator. This has been a court agreement since I think goes back to the 1980s. And some people might say that it's outlived its usefulness. But let me just say, I don't have any poetry. Senator Droskowski might help me with that. But I can say it's time to slow down and smell the roses. It's a lovely parkway. We should enjoy life. We should take our time. We don't need to be rushing all the time here or there on our lovely 35E Parkway, which I share with, I used to share with Senator Cohen, and now I share with Senator Murphy. So members, I know that you're going to delight in joining me in this wonderful no vote to speedy Senator Coleman.
Any other discussion? Let's see, I have Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I just have some really important information here. That road was designed for the speed limit that it's posted at, and the pavement was designed so that it will not withstand truck traffic. From a purely scientific perspective, if we raise the speed limit, the next thing is we're going to be starting to want to allow trucks on there, and you're going to see the pavement crumble. Really, honestly, truly, the curves are not designed for that speed limit, and the pavement is not designed for trucks. So, respectfully, I request a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, vote your conscience.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I just would like to challenge a little bit of what Senator Johnson Stewart claimed to be fact, because I've ridden with some people. I haven't driven that fast, but I've ridden with people that have driven faster than 45, and I'm happy to report to Senator Johnson Stewart and the rest of the Senate that that road is designed for faster than 45-mile-an-hour vehicles on it, because I've been a part of riding on that road faster than 45, and cars still pass us, and they have traveled it just fine. So members, I think it can handle over 45 miles an hour on that road.
Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, will Senator Pappas yield for a question?
Senator Pappas, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pappas. Senator Pappas, you said to stop and smell the roses, and I sincerely disagree that there are no roses there to stop and smell, as me living at the 49.5 miles from the state capitol and having to drive 99 miles for my round trip every day, there are no roses there to stop and smell. And at times, like this morning, I do have to stop and sit and wait for, 10 to 15 minutes. So, Senator Pappas, are there really going to be roses on that path there?
Senator Pappas, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Liskey. At this time of year, I think there's lilacs.
Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pappas. No, there are no lilacs there to look at either, unfortunately, at least not at this time. But I appreciate it, and I will be a green vote for Senator Coleman, as my trip to the Capitol tends to be well over an hour, and going just a little faster might shave a couple minutes off so I can spend more time with my family. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Johnson Stewart, I think you raised your hand again.
I did. And I think it's just best if I not say anything. Thank you. Well, okay, I'll just say it. So much respect for Senator Westrom. There's two criteria for how we design curves. One is for comfort. We've all gone around a curve too quickly and you find yourself scooting over to the side. But the other is for sight distance. And so, again, respectfully, Senator Westrom, the ability to see through a curve or see up and over a curve is the main criteria. And so I would, while you're not driving, you may not be detecting the same types of hazardous situations. Again, 100% respectfully. So,
any other discussion on the A13 amendment? If there's anything we haven't heard yet, that would be great. Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if you've heard this yet. However, yes, I'm supporting the bill, but I'm doing so with thoughts of my former Rochester Senator, Senator Senjum. I'm sure we all may be thinking about that. So I do encourage a yes vote.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, just wondering if Senator Johnson Stewart would yield for a question.
Senator Johnson Stewart will yield for a question. Senator Pratt.
No, Westrom.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Johnson Stewart, seems like you have a lot of facts. Could you tell us why or how you would know that much?
Senator Westrom, are you sure you want that question answered? Senator Johnson Stewart.
Oh, you guys, it's so fun to be back here. And thank you very much for the question. It's because, in fact, I am a highway engineer.
All right, we're going now to Senator Pratt. I called on you earlier when I meant to call on Senator Western, but I'm really calling on you right now, Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I get confused with Senator Westrom often. Mr. President, in the inspired by Senator Drazkowski, I just want to say roses are red, violets are blue. 55 on 35E is what we should do.
Oh, he's poetic now. Okay, any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? She'll be the last voice we hear before we vote to see if, in fact, today will be her greatest day on the floor. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I don't ask for much here. Sure, I ask for smaller government, lower taxes, less spending, strict adherence to the Constitution, and perhaps a Republican trifecta. But aside from that, I don't ask for much, and except for a speedy, efficient route to work. Vote green. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A13 Coleman Amendment. Senator Umu verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Herr votes no.
And Senator Herr votes no. Senator Rasmussen, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 noes, the A13 Coleman Amendment is not adopted. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, I greatly appreciate that excitement and that vote, but I'm not going to bring all the energy that my fellow Senator Coleman brought. But I will bring one that's important, and I really appreciate Senator Dibble giving me a hearing on this bill. But it's important to my district, and I thought I'd bring it back here. It's about J-turns, and everybody's familiar with them, and I think they're great in certain locations. But in my district, in a 6-mile stretch, MnDOT has plans to put 4 of them. I think that's a little too much. No one in my district that I represent want those 4. I shouldn't say that. There are some folks that support it. But the majority of people that live and use that traffic pattern and those roadways do not want those J-turns. Now, I think there's other ways we can do this and probably design this, but I would think that at the minimum, MnDOT comes out and does take input, but, Mr. President, MnDOT doesn't have to abide by that when it comes to J-turns. And I do believe that locals that use those roads every day should not only have input, but approval before all that goes in. So, Mr. President, I offer the A29 amendment.
Senator Howell offers the A29 amendment. The Secretary will report the A29 amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File Number 2438 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 51 after line 11, insert. This is the A29 amendment.
Senator Howell to your A29.
So, members, all this really does is when it comes to J-turns, they have to get agreement and approval with the local authority where that's going in. So it actually allows them to have great discussion and come up with a plan that's actually going to serve that local community in a way that everybody's in agreement. That's the amendment. Please support local input.
Senator Dibble to the A29 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Howe, for bringing the A29 amendment and continuing this important discussion about local input and local conversations when MnDOT comes through and designs facilities that affect our communities and how we move about through our communities. I'm going to request a no vote on the A29. In particular, I see the language at the bottom that says, for purposes of this section, J-turns are not safety measures. I don't want to get into the debate about whether or not they do improve safety, but they do. I am sensitive to the values and the issue and the points that Senator Howe raises about local input and having important conversations, whether that's with our local transportation, roadway design engineers, or MnDOT. And in fact, there are some other elements of the bill in front of us that speak to that, some of the initiatives of Senator Fateh, as well as some of them that I mentioned at the outset in presenting the bill, requiring MnDOT to have much, much better collaboration with local folks when they're considering how they're going to solve transportation problems, how they're going to invest in our transportation system, and ultimately how those projects are going to be designed. So I request a no vote on the A29, but appreciate the conversation. Thank you, Mr. President.
And Senator Dibble, are you requesting a roll call vote or not?
Thank you. I would like to request a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Howe. I have direct experience with proposing reduced conflict intersections, otherwise called R-cuts or J-turns. And this is a really important tool for engineers, specifically around the desire for all of us to reduce the number of fatal injuries and traffic crashes. So study after study shows that the implementation of a J-turn where a typical 90-degree intersection used to be, typically we can see anywhere up to 70% of reduction in fatal crashes. That's because J-turns result in, or it significantly eliminates any T-bone type of accidents, but what it really results in then is the most fatal and the most damaging kind. We see reductions in injuries. I'm looking at the National Transportation Safety Board's numbers right here, reduce injuries by 42%. What I want to speak to is the experience I've had where residents don't like J-turns. They think they're a waste of time, but the data shows overall that people do grow to like them, especially when they see that a right turn and a left turn usually does save them time. So I am sensitive to this. I understand the assumption that J-turns are bad, but when they are placed correctly, they are an incredibly important piece of our move towards zero deaths and increasing traffic safety. So I would ask for a no vote on this.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try and be brief. Again, I understand both sides of this. I think the one thing that is important, though it may increase the safety, but local units in government should have some input on these. If it's one at one point. I get that, but I think Senator Howe's case, there was 3 in a row. Obviously, that makes it very confusing for people coming through a community to have those turns. So I think, again, we've been working with MnDOT on a cost participation and actually bringing it so the community can have some input. So I would urge MnDOT to make sure they reach out and have input from the local communities on how that may affect the traffic patterns in their city, not just for safety, but actual traffic patterns. Thank you, Mr. President. I urge a vote green.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Howell.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And members, the first one that, well, actually, I guess this will be the second one that's going in our neighborhood, is a federally funded project. And on all federally funded projects, I am told that there is a no-build option, except in this instance, because in this instance, they're doing it because of safety. And if it's a safety issue, Mr. President, then the locals don't have input, or they have input, but they can't say no, and the no-build option goes away. So that's why in the bill it says for this section, J-turns are not considered safety measures, is just in this situation that locals get to say yes or no. And we'd really like to see that be part of the plan. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 829 Howe Amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. Senator Umu-Verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Hur votes no.
And Senator Hur votes no. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 noes, the 829 Howe Amendment is not adopted. Members seeing no further amendments, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 2438, a bill for an act relating to transportation, establishing a budget for transportation, appropriating money for transportation purposes, including Department of Transportation, Department of Public Safety, and Metropolitan Council activities.
Third reading. Members, anyone wants to speak before Senator Jasinski, followed by Senator Johnson-Stewart if she has anything to say? No, okay. No, that's fine. That's great. Okay. Senator Jasinski, briefly, if you will. Oh, who else? I'm sorry. Senator Jasinski, would you mind allow me to go to Senator Fateh because you're the lead on the committee?
You're the president.
I want to make sure that you have. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jasinski. I want to thank Chair Dibble for including provisions from several of my bills into his omnibus. First, I really appreciate the funding that was included for the traffic calming measures. So we've seen major increase in dangerous speeding and drag racing in the last several years, and this funding goes to help mitigate that in our neighborhood streets. I also want to thank Chair Dibble for including language to revise the process for PACs for major highway projects. And most importantly, I want to thank him for including language to clarify the definition of highway purposes. That is language that MnDOT supports because it gives them more flexibility to incorporate transit and active transportation in their projects, and it'll make it easier for projects to reach their VMT goals. So thank you also for not removing or delaying the VMT requirements that were adopted in 2023. It is extremely important for my district especially that we keep those requirements. And so thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try and be brief. We've had a long discussion, longer than I expected. I apologize for that. But I also, it was always fun to have a little bit of humor on the floor today. Some of our amendments, and I think a little bit of humor in our life is good. Thanks to Senator Senjum from him being here in spirit as well, because he would really appreciate that amendment Senator Coleman did. Just want to thank again Senator Dibble. I can't say it enough. We've worked really good this year. Our committee works well. We hear bills from both sides of the aisle. We have some discussions. We have some things we don't agree on. We have some things we agree on, but I think we have a bill here. Again, this is a pretty good bill. As I mentioned earlier, my concerns are expanding that use of highway purposes, or that definition, I should say. We are already at about $1 billion short every single year of money towards our roads and bridges, and to expand that definition has some huge concerns for me, as well as taking the funds that from the auto parts sales tax and putting those on hold will also hurt our local roads as well. So, but again, I just want to thank Senator Dibble for what he's done, all our staff, our bipartisan staff, our staff. Dave Frazier's always there out in mind, as many of the bills that I have there as well. Tom Sheet has picked up very well for him on our side. Thank our nonpartisan staff, and I will be voting no. Or I will be voting yes because I want to get in the conference committee and work with Senator Dibble on that, and Senator Johnson Stewart, I would assume, as well. And I think we'll be able to bring back a bill that you can all vote for. But at this time, again, because that expanding of the highway purposes definition, members, I would think you should vote no, and trust that we can work together and bring back a bill that you can vote in favor of. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Last person will be Senator Dibble. If you don't want to say anything, we can certainly go to a vote, but it's up to you, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief. Famous last words from a senator, right? Just wanted to, Mr. President, just express my gratitude. I didn't want to speak to the bill itself, other than to say highway purposes might bring that $1 billion amount down. That's the idea of creating a more efficient transportation system that works more efficiently for everyone who needs to get where they need to go. But Mr. President, I just also wanted to express my gratitude to my friend and counterpart, Senator Jasinski, as well as all the members of the Transportation Committee, Senators Lang, Nelson, Farnsworth, and Howe. Of course, my very capable Vice Chair, Senator Johnson Stewart, Senator Carlson, Senator McHugh, Senator Pah, and her, and your team. Senator Jasinski does a great job filling the shoes of the great Dave Frazier. Tom Sheet has done a nice job, and Dave Reisenen as well, keeping you pointed in the right direction. And of course, my team over here, Beth Ethier, Alex Will, Danny Gillis, just a superb job helping us put together, I think, a really, really balanced bill. Carolyn Brauender, who works for Senator Johnson Stewart. And then, of course, helping us in the room every day, making sure everything is orderly. Our pages, Betsy Rosemary, William Battle, and Perrin King. Jack Standish tending to our technology all the time from the sergeant's office. And last but not least, Krista Boyd, Tim Greenfield, who actually put pen to paper, figure out the numbers, make us look brilliant. You know, the public thinks we write all these brilliant words, and we don't. We just kind of wave our hands around, and then they write all the words and crunch all the numbers. So thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage a green vote for a really great package that we've worked very collaboratively with all members of the committee and across the entire Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take the roll on final passage of House File 2438 as amended. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes no.
Senator Matthews votes no.
And Senator Housley votes no.
And Senator Housley votes no. Senator Umu verbatim, those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Ress votes aye.
Senator Ress votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Frentz votes aye.
Senator Frentz votes aye.
And Senator McQuaid votes aye.
And Senator McQuaid votes aye. The secretary will close the roll. There being 37 ayes and 28 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to where's my list? That's okay. Members, we'll now go to House File 2431, Senator Fateh, the Omnibus Higher Education Policy and Appropriations Bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill before you today is the Omnibus Higher Education Budget. To begin, I'd like to talk a little bit about where we were when we passed this budget 2 years ago and where we are today. In 2023, Minnesota's colleges and universities were struggling. We faced a decade of persistent enrollment decline, and several colleges had lost more than 1/3 of their students since enrollment peaked in the early 2010s. Enrollment declines don't just hurt our colleges. They hurt our communities in every corner of the state. Our small businesses suffer when there aren't enough qualified job seekers in the market. Our kids are harmed when they are paying higher prices our kids are harmed when teacher shortages lead to larger class sizes, and the shortage of HVAC technicians means consumers are paying higher prices when their furnace goes out. We cannot solve any of these problems without increasing the number of Minnesotans who pursue degrees at community colleges, tech colleges, and four-year institutions. So I'm happy to say that over the past 2 years, new opportunity has emerged in our state. Enrollment is significantly up after a decade of decline. We are seeing upwards of 7%, making our enrollment growth the highest in the Midwest. That means that there are nearly 18,000 more Minnesotans pursuing a college degree this year than there were last year. That's amazing news for our small businesses, our kids, our seniors, not to mention the students themselves, who will have higher lifetime earning potential because they are pursuing a college degree. This is great news for our state. We are in a much better position than we were when we passed this budget 2 years ago. But this also has generated a new challenge. Our enrollment growth, combined with some significant federal changes to the way financial need is calculated, has caused a large shortfall in the state grant program. This is the primary focus of our committee this year. I am proud that this bill stabilizes the state grant program in a fair and responsible way through a combination of new investment and modest parameter changes. We have spent a lot of time working with stakeholders to craft a proposal that Minnesota State, the private colleges, the U of M, and the students' organizations can all support. Another change that's presented both an opportunity and a challenge is the fact that a lot more foster kids are going to college. This bill firmly and unequivocally keeps our commitment to our fosters fully funding the Fostering Independence Grants shortfall in the base, so every foster knows that they can pursue their dreams and have the cost of attending college fully covered. So thank you as always to Senator Rarick for being such a strong advocate for this program. The last years have also shown unmitigated success for our direct admissions pilot program, which has become a model for states across our country. The direct admissions program helps all students recognize that they are college material by sending high school seniors a letter listing their colleges that will admit them based on their grades and test scores. This bill helps us scale that program statewide over 5 years, and I want to thank Senators Gustafson and Duckworth for leading on this in a bipartisan way. We've had respectful, constructive, and bipartisan committees this session, and I'm grateful for all of our members for contributing to that. Senators Clark, Umar Verbatim, Putnam, Utke, Rarick, Farnsworth, and I also want to mention Ranking Member Duckworth. I want to thank him for sharing our weekly meetings and the way that he co-chaired the committee during our power sharing agreement and maintaining that relationship throughout the session. I appreciate the trust and partnership that we were able to build. I want to thank the staff, all of our staff. Megan Bursch and Tom Watson have done a great job as our nonpartisan staff this year. I also want to thank my legislative assistant, Chris Meyer, our researchers, Haley Bloom Peterson and Ed Cook, our committee administrator, Sam Parmakar, and also Maggie Proidza for keeping our office on track. As always, thank you so much to the students who have taken the time to share their powerful stories. And I also cannot forget in our committee thanking our pages, Jill, Mitchell, and Sydney. As always, I want to mention that the students are the most important stakeholders and the most important voices of the higher education budget, and I'm proud that this bill is guided by the work that they've asked us to do. I'm looking forward to a productive debate today, Mr. President, and with that, I'll offer the A1 amendment.
Senator Fateh offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Fateh moves to amend House File Number 2431 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 27, line 27, delete. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Fateh, to your A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A1 amendment is a technical amendment that aligns the language with the most recent guidance from the revisor's office on our fiscal rules.
Any discussion on the A1? All in favor of the A1 say aye. All those opposed say no. The A1 amendment is adopted. Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, I'd like to introduce Senator Fateh to Senator Kupek, who has been on the committee for 3 years, but you neglected to thank him, so I assume that you maybe just sort of didn't know him. Mr. President, members, Greater Minnesota right now is suffering a tremendous crisis in veterinary care. This is due to a number of different reasons. One of them is consolidation, so that you've got these giant factory farms who have their own veterinarian, which makes it hard for a regular person to get veterinary care out there for their animals, and a farmer, too, to take care of that. With that problem in mind, Mr. President, I offer the A7 amendment.
Senator Putnam offers the A7 amendment. The Secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Putnam moves to amend House File Number 2431 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 2, line 25, delete 14,102,000. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Putnam, to your A7 amendment.
Mr. President, the average University of Minnesota veterinary student graduates with $200,000 in debt. Best case scenario, if they're going to go work in Greater Minnesota, they'll probably get $60,000, $70,000 a year. That is enough to deter people from going into this industry, from serving our communities, from bringing their expertise and their commitment to animal health to the entire state. So, Mr. President, members, this is a concern not just for the veterinarians themselves, for those students, though it absolutely and evidently is. It's also for everyone who lives in Greater Minnesota who has a large animal who needs it taken care of. So, Mr. President, members, what this would do is it would restore the funding to the loan repayment program to the University of Minnesota graduates who study veterinary science, who then work in Greater Minnesota. $250,000 a year to go into loan repayment to encourage people to go into this industry, to serve the whole state, and to help our agricultural economy.
Senator Fateh to the A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did mention our most important stakeholders, the students, and I forgot to mention our most important committee member, Senator Kupek. So thank you, Senator Putnam, for reminding me. We did have good discussions around this in committee, Mr. President, and I do consider this a friendly amendment. So thank you, Senator Putnam.
Any other discussion on the A7? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Would Senator Utke yield for a question?
Senator Utke, will you yield for a question? He will yield. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Utke. Senator Putnam, I appreciate the amendment. Senator Fateh, I appreciate you viewing it as friendly. Senator Utke, I would be curious to get your thoughts on this as well. I believe you and I had a conversation and you were looking at offering something similar. So could you just maybe share your thoughts for us as we consider our support of this as well? Thank you.
Senator Utke, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Duckworth. Yes, this has been an important topic for us. I think I remember offering an amendment back when we were doing the markup, and Senator Putnam, you just didn't use a big enough number, because I have the A4, which does a better job, but I do support what you did. I think it was $375,000 that we were originally have had in the past, but the amendment you got is good. We support that. I would just like to see it go a little further if we could arrange that. Let's get it back up to where it was. This is a very important topic. We need to support our vet students. This supports those going into veterinary science, and it's for the large animal vets, and we have a huge need across all of Minnesota for the large animal vets, so we need to do all we can to support them. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Putnam.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Senator Utke. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all I've got.
All in favor of the A7 amendment, say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A7 is adopted. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A2 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the A2 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend House File Number 2431 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 75 after line 23, insert. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Coleman, to your A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I spoke with Chair Fateh on this prior. I believe it's a friendly amendment. If you recall, last year we allowed for disabled veterans to have free admission to the University of Minnesota's Landscape Arboretum, as they do this for a number of therapeutic reasons. Hearing from that community, a lot of them have support personnel with them, and so they are requesting that they have somebody, if they're certified disabled, to have one guest also included in that. And appreciate the support, Senator. Thank you.
Senator Fateh to the A2 Coleman amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Coleman. Senator Coleman did bring this to me as an amendment ahead of time. And yes, I consider this a friendly amendment as long as the guest abides by the speed limit when going there.
Any other discussion on the A2 amendment? All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A2 Coleman amendment is adopted. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A3.
Senator Draheim offers the A3 amendment. The Secretary will report the A3 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 2431 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 47 after line 6, insert. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Draheim to your A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I first would like to thank the committee for allowing me in a couple times this year to have some good discussion. And This is part of Senate File 1989 that was heard in the Higher Ed Committee, and we had a real good discussion. And what the discussion was about is getting our young people, our students that are entering college, giving them the tools to make an educated decision on their career path. You know, I've said this before on the floor, and I'll say it again. I believe all jobs are honorable, but I think we owe it to young people that are starting out in college to have the tools to make a decision that is best for them. And this is an agreed upon language with Min-State and the private colleges to comply with some of their accreditation that they have to do. But what the whole goal here is to get every accredited college and university in the state of Minnesota to report placement rates and hopefully eventually pay ranges of what each field you can expect to make after you graduate. As we know, college is very expensive, and a lot of students are taking on a lot of debt, and I think we owe it to them to try to do everything we can to make sure they have the tools to make that decision for themselves. If you want to kind of look at some of the information that I think should be included on these websites, during the committee hearing, I pulled up the Census Bureau PSEO Explorer, and you can type in your college in there and kind of look at some data that they have available. So with that, that's the A3. Please vote green.
Senator Fateh, for your thoughts on the A3 amendment.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Draheim, for this amendment. I will accept this as a friendly amendment going into conference committee. I still do have some concerns, particularly around the carve-outs for for-profit colleges, but for now, we'll work it out in conference, and I'll tell folks that this is a friendly amendment.
Members, all those in favor of the A3 amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The A3 Draheim amendment is adopted. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, we're on a roll. Let's add one more to this. And Mr. President, I have the A4 amendment.
Senator Utke offers the A4 amendment. The secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Utke moves to amend House File 2431 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 4 after line 3, insert. This is Amendment A-4.
Senator Utke, to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This amendment, once again, puts students first. This amendment will restore the United Family Medicine Residency Program. The amendment restores the $501,000 annual appropriation. This appropriation supports up to 21 family medicine residents each year and prepares doctors to practice family medicine in underserved rural and underserved urban areas of our state. Each year, the program receives over 200 applications from across the country for the open positions, looking to make an impact in primary care and community medicine. Through this program, residents gain the skills and experiences necessary to address the unique and evolving healthcare needs of our communities. Cutting resources from this program is a detriment to medical education in Minnesota, to underserved and rural communities in desperate need of providers, and a disservice to the residents who come from all over the country to make a difference in community medicine. Mr. President and members, I am taking money from the agency's administration appropriation to pay for this. We should not be increasing administrative budgets when we should in fact be taking care of Minnesotans first. Please support this important amendment and join me in ensuring timely access to care for all Minnesotans. I ask for your support. This is just one more reason that we we all hear about the shortage of these healthcare providers, in this case, our doctors, and we need to assist them. We want them to come out and practice medicine in our underserved areas. This is one way we can do that, and it is a good program, and I hope that we can continue to fund it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Fateh, to the A4 Ucky amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Ucky yield for a question?
Senator Ucky, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ucky, to your knowledge, would this language in this amendment create a direct appropriation to a nonprofit organization?
Senator Ucky.
Mr. President, if I could have him repeat that, because I didn't catch what the question was.
Oh, sorry.
He was wondering is whether this appropriation would be presented to a nonprofit organization.
Correct.
Mr. President, no.
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, it would. And when we were putting together this bill, Mr. President and Senator Ucky, we made the decision to eliminate all direct funding to nonprofit organizations. Now, there are organizations that are doing great work throughout the state, but given the shortfall and given the situation, especially our lowest income students we're facing, our priority and our task was to make sure that we fill that program. And so I'm going to request that we have a no vote on this.
Senator Fateh, are you asking for a roll call?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Ucky.
Mr. President, I just wanted to clarify that this program is, the United Family Medicine Residency Program is part of Alina Health. So that's who is running this and working with our rural facilities. So thank you.
Any other discussion before we vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A4 Ucky amendment. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
And Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
And Senator Johnson Stewart votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator, oh, that's it. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Housley votes aye. Okay. All right. We're just waiting to see if she... All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 33 noes, the A4 Ucky amendment is not adopted. Senator Ucky, any other amendments?
Mr. President, no, because my A5 was what Senator Putnam had. So we're good.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A10 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth offers the A10 amendment. The Secretary will report the A10 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend House File 2431 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 17 after line 31, insert. This is Amendment A10.
Senator Farnsworth, to your A10 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think it's very timely that while we're debating the higher ed bill, Omnibus bill, that I'm sitting here signing senior letters that will be going out to graduating seniors, and I'm working on that while I'm listening to the debate. And it occurred to me as I was signing these letters that there's a lot of students in here, and I recognize some of the names, and I know some of the students in this pile of letters, and I know a few of them that want to attend the University of Minnesota. And we're not sure that those students, even though they're qualified for admittance to the University of Minnesota, we're not sure that they will actually be admitted to the University of Minnesota. And as I was looking at information on goals that the U of M has, I discovered that their freshman goals for admittance is only 65% of students from Minnesota. I'm going to say that again. Their goal is only 65% of their freshman class would be from the state of Minnesota. 15% would be reciprocity students, 14 to 15% non-resident, and 5 to 6% international students. Mr. President, I think that is unacceptable. When I look at this sheet that Senator Fateh put on our desk, it says that we're giving an astonishing $1.5 billion to the University of Minnesota. And in return for that, we are going to get 65% of the freshman slots. I think, Mr. President, that it would make sense for the University of Minnesota to put Minnesota kids first. Minnesota kids should be at the front of the line at our premier institution. And so what my amendment does is that it says that the U of M, if they agree to take this $1.5 billion, that they will prioritize Minnesota resident students in their admissions process. I think it's common sense. These students, as I said, I signed these letters. These students, their parents live here. They work here. They pay taxes here. Mr. President, they work for businesses that pay taxes here. This $1.5 billion is being paid for by the taxpayers of Minnesota. So their children should be at the front of the line to be admitted to the U of M. Now, you might say, well, the U of M, they're a separate entity, and we can't tell them what to do. That's fine. If they don't want our $1.5 billion, they can find $1.5 billion somewhere else. What we're saying is if you want taxpayer dollars, then you have to take Minnesota citizens. And I do request a roll call, and I ask for a green vote.
A roll call has been requested, and a roll call has been granted. Senator Fateh, to the A10 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will recommend a no vote. The percentage of in-state students at the U of M, I was told, is the highest in the Big Ten. That's number one. Number two, it does violate the constitutional autonomy given in the Minnesota State Constitution. So with that, Mr. President, I would recommend a no vote.
Any other discussion on the A10 before we go to the Senator Farnsworth? Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you know, this is what was just brought up has been a long-standing issue I have when we have discussions here on the Senate floor, and when we talk about that constitutional autonomy of the University of Minnesota. Do I recognize that the university existed before the state of Minnesota? Absolutely. Do I recognize that we should not be micromanaging everything that the University of Minnesota does? Absolutely. That's why we have a Board of Regents, and that's why hopefully we will be selecting that Board of Regents through this body as well as the others before this year comes to an end. But members, Mr. President, there is a lot of money that is appropriated from the taxpayers of Minnesota to the University of Minnesota. And I firmly believe we can have some strings attached to that money. If the university wants to be completely 100% autonomous, then they should be completely 100% autonomous. That means taking zero taxpayer dollars from the people of Minnesota. I think many people, when they hear things that happen at the U, are looking to us to give them some guidelines that when they receive this much money, that they should be following certain things given to them, not only with the money, but with the guidance that they need to follow because of so many students. This is just one piece that I believe we should be doing. Should we be limiting the number of students that we're trying to get from Minnesota into our university? Absolutely not. Even if other Big Ten schools have a goal of less, let's be better than that. Let's be better than all of them. Let us have our Minnesota students, the best of the best, going to our institution. And if that's not what they want, then please don't continue to come asking for more and more money from the state of Minnesota.
Any other discussion? Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Getting an education is more than just getting a diploma at the end of the day. It is being exposed to new ideas. It is learning how to think. Even within the context of the military, we would say when you have a problem that needs to be solved, you don't bring in a bunch of people that come from the same background, whether that's ethnic, income, even regions of the country. You bring in people from different backgrounds because that's when you're likely to generate the most diverse ideas and the best solutions to a problem. And to me, that is likely what the University of Minnesota is doing here. I was a U of M grad, and being able to interact with people from different backgrounds, different cultures, different places, brought in some of those ideas that is part of what we do when we go into higher education. So I believe that we should continue to let the University of Minnesota decide what is best for its students, what is best for the type of students it wants to bring in as it continues to hopefully be competitive in researching and the other things that our universities are known for. And that should be something that we encourage, not try to stifle.
Any other discussions on the A10 Farnsworth Amendment? Seeing none, the last word that we'll hear is, I'm sorry, Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not, haven't done any legal research on this constitutionality argument, and I've read the constitutional provision, which just simply says that all rights, immunities, franchises, and endowments heretofore granted or conferred upon the University of Minnesota are perpetuated unto the university. But, Mr. President, I would find it incredibly hard to believe if that included legislative appropriations. It would seem to strain credulity to say that the legislature is bound to appropriate billions of dollars and is not allowed to put any strings on that money. I've not read the case law on this. That just doesn't seem right. I'm sure that legislative appropriations are not included in that autonomy. So whether or not it's a good idea to do that, I'll let others debate that. I think, as I understand Senator Farnsworth's amendment, it's not saying other people can't come, and it's not saying that other students from outside of Minnesota, if they're more qualified, wouldn't get in. It's just all things being equal, the preference should go to the Minnesota student, which, and it's directly tied to a legislative appropriation, so I think it probably satisfies constitutional concerns, and it just seems to be common sense to me, so I'd encourage a yes vote.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Farnsworth, if you would like any final words.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I just want to reiterate, $1.5 billion. This is a large amount of money that we are sending to the University of Minnesota. That $1.5 billion is being paid for by Minnesota taxpayers. It's not being paid by Iowa taxpayers or Pennsylvania taxpayers. It's being paid by Minnesota taxpayers, so Minnesota students should be at the front of the line if they are qualified to receive admittance into the U, into all of their programs, ahead of students from other states and other countries. So I am asking for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A10 Farnsworth Amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator, I think that's it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen or Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Matthews votes aye.
And Senator Matthews votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 30 ayes and 34 noes. The A10 Farnsworth Amendment is not adopted. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's too bad. I really liked Senator Farnsworth's amendment and putting students first. Mr. President, I'd like to move the A9, please.
Senator Duckworth moves the A9 amendment. The Secretary will report the A9 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend House File Number 2431 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 48, delete Section 17 and insert. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Duckworth to your A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Thank you. Mr. President, we had a situation arise this summer specifically as it relates to the state grant. Just a little bit of background on that program for folks so they have some context. Years ago, the legislature said that it found and declared that the identification of men and women of the state who are economically disadvantaged and wanted to encourage their educational development in eligible institutions, and this is from state statute, of their choosing, because they believed it was in the best interest of the state and students. And they designed a program that they called was designed for shared responsibility, and that responsibility was shared between students, families, and the government. Fast forward to today, and as it relates to the state grant, there are over 71,000 students that are recipients of those funds to help them afford college. 2/3 of those recipients are dependent students, and 50% of recipients had a family-adjusted gross income of less than $40,000. And interestingly enough, most recipients also attend public institutions here in the state of Minnesota, about 60% at Minnesota State colleges or universities, and another 17% at the state of Minnesota. So, Mr. President, what this amendment would do is it would allow the commissioner to transfer any funds that are available or have not been utilized from the North Star Promise allocated funds to the state grant bucket of funds should they be depleted and students still have a need. This summer, unfortunately, a lot of students and families found out just before the beginning of the school year that due to a whole host of reasons, some of them being new FAFSA types of eligibility requirements and changes as well, that their awarded financial aid as it relates to the state grant was going to be essentially shrunk. And that's a tough pill to swallow when you're talking about a few thousand less dollars right before the start of the school year. And unfortunately, for some students, it meant they didn't attend that semester as they were planning. And so what this would allow the commissioner to do is, hey, if we've got some funds left over that can go to help students and families and make it more affordable for them to attend college, let's go ahead and allow the commissioner to be able to transfer those funds, help those kids, and make college that much more affordable for them, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Fateh to the A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Duckworth, for the amendment. Our committee worked really hard to make the state grant program whole and to address the shortfall. Unfortunately, this would take money away from the North Star Promise for the state grant program, and I don't believe we should be undermining one program for another. I believe that both programs are extremely important. The North Star Promise has been extremely successful. We heard from multiple universities and colleges and presidents about the successes we've seen in enrollment increases. As already mentioned, that enrollment is up statewide by 7.5%. And I want to just share a few of the districts. In Senator Putnam's district in St. Cloud Tech is up by 14%. In Senator Kupek and Utke's districts, M-State is up by 8%. In Senator Dornick and Jasinski's districts, Riverland is up 18%. In Senator Friend's district, Mankato State is up by 4%. In Senator Green's district, Bemidji Tech is up by 12%. And in Senator Dames and Senator Weber's districts, Minnesota West is up 21%. So these programs are working. We worked really hard to benefit both the state grant program and ensure the success of the North Star Promise. And I do appreciate the input of Senator Duckworth, but I would recommend a no vote on this. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. We worked hard in the Higher Ed Committee to find a way to address the state grant, and we found a solution here that all of our systems approve of, and a process for rationing. It's something that doesn't, balance this on the backs of our student parents, our independent students, and it also doesn't create a significant impact to another program, which is the North Star Promise. So I think we need to support the proposal that we have before us in the underlying bill and vote down this amendment.
Any other discussion? Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And you know what? It is correct. The committee worked hard to figure out the hole in the state grant program. And there are other ideas that are out there, and I'm assuming we'll have to make a few compromises in how exactly we do that before we're done here. But Mr. President and members, just because we fixed it for right now doesn't mean we're not going to see another problem in the future because of some of the, as we talked about, the increasing enrollments that are happening. We very well might see another problem next year or the year after that. And instead of having to deal with our students having to deal with the idea that, well, we need to wait until the legislature comes back and we need to see what they'll do and what decision they'll make, this amendment is giving the commissioner of the Department of Higher Education the flexibility to look at and see, are there funds left over in another program, specifically North Star Promise, that can be used right now to help keep our students whole in what they have been expecting that they're going to receive. The amendment is not saying that we are going to take money away from the North Star Promise program before it's used there and take money away from students who are going to get that. It's saying if there is money left there, the commissioner has the flexibility. We are giving him the permission to move funds around. The same permission that the commissioner has for several other funds within his agency's jurisdiction. Members, this is the right thing to do to help keep our students whole for what they have been told, what they are expecting they're going to get, and not have the rug pulled out. We've seen this repeatedly. We saw this with the foster grant program. It was used more than we thought it was going to be, and there was a lot of worry and consternation amongst those students because they were worried that what we told them they were going to receive was not actually going to be available. This amendment gives the flexibility to the commissioner to make sure he can address those problems because they arise and become made known when we're not here, when we're not in session. So let's give him that flexibility. Let's allow our students to receive the monies they're expecting. And I would also mention, as Senator Duckworth mentioned, the state grant program helps the most students across the state. It helps them by need. Let's help as many students as we can by making sure this program is made whole as well.
Senator Pratt. We will now go to the author before we vote of the amendment, of the A9 amendment. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and thanks for everybody for their feedback so far regarding the amendment. Just to put a couple of things in perspective, and again, this is not an attack on one program over the other. This is simply a very practical approach to make sure that we, as a state legislature, are maximizing the ability to invest in as many students in their higher education as possible. I would ask you, what's worse? Having a few $1 million left over sitting in a bucket going unused while students are being told their financial aid's being cut, or allowing the Commissioner of the Office of Higher Education to identify some funds that have not yet been exhausted, that aren't spoken for, and giving him or her the ability to transfer them, utilize them for students who are facing cuts to their financial aid, to hold them harmless, make them whole, and make their higher education more affordable. I think it's pretty common sense. I think it's a pretty practical approach. To piggyback off of what Senator Rarick said earlier, when you look at the state grant program and you look at the North Star program, I think a pretty reasonable question would be, well, how many students are we talking, and what kind of award or grant size are we talking? To put them into context and compare them a little bit, as was mentioned earlier, 71,530 students were recipients of funds from the state grant. The average award for those students was just under $3,500. So again, 71,500. When we look at the North Star Promise in the North Star Plus program, we're talking about 14,500 students and then about 40,600. And the average award sizes in those cases were about $1,800. And in the case of the program where we're talking about 40,000 students, the average award was $375. So when you look at the two programs, well, it's clear, it's obvious. The state grant program helps a heck of a lot more students at way more institutions and at way higher amounts of financial aid. So, as lawmakers, it would stand to reason that if for some reason we've got funds left in the bucket set aside for students who are using it much less and for lower amounts, if there's anything left over, the commissioner should be able to shuffle it over to those other students instead of cutting their financial aid. So I think at the end of the day, this hopefully will be one of those things that with more collaboration and discussion, both Republicans and Democrats can see some value in and say, you know what, that is the more common sense, practical approach to this if we really mean what we say when it comes to helping the most amount of students possible and making sure that they are being able to afford higher education. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary take the roll on the A9 Duckworth Amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, if you're in the chambers, if you so kindly vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
And Senator Matthew votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A9 Duckworth Amendment is not adopted. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A8 amendment, please.
Senator Duckworth offers the A8 amendment. The Secretary will report the A8 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend House File Number 2431 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 12 after line 16, insert. This is the A8 amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your A8 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And, while we are seeing an increase in enrollment on average in our higher education institutions across the state of Minnesota, which is undoubtedly a good thing, members may have also noticed or heard in the news recently that tuition for Minnesota state colleges could spike as much as 18% in the next 2 years. So for just as many maybe positive signs or indicators regarding higher education here in the state of Minnesota, we see some fairly alarming negative ones as well. And that's according to a new report from the Minnesota State Board of Trustees that shows the state's 33 colleges and universities are poised to receive probably less state funding from the legislature this year. Why? Well, pretty easy answer, because we have a $6 billion deficit in the not-too-distant future because we decided to overspend by quite a bit. And we've talked a lot about already not making sure that students and families don't bear the burden of the rising cost of tuition in Minnesota, and we certainly don't want to add to the piles of student debt that continue to plague Minnesotans, not just in college, but those who have already graduated as well. And so, Mr. President, what this amendment seeks to do is implement a tuition freeze for the next couple of years. This amendment transfers some funds, and as a result of transferring those funds to Minnesota colleges, asks them to freeze tuition for the next couple of years, gives them some flexibility regarding some fees, but at the end of the day, holds costs steady for students and families here in Minnesota, Mr. President, and I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. We're on the A8 Duckworth Amendment. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Duckworth, for the amendments. Last biennium, we not only funded the North Star Promise, but we had historic investments in the state grant program, so we did do both last time. But I want to say again that most of these colleges that we're talking about statewide have had declining enrollment year after year after year. And for the first time in over a decade, we are now seeing increases in enrollment statewide in rural, urban, suburban Minnesota. And not just, you don't have to take my word for it. We heard it from our administrators, we heard it from college presidents, we heard it from the universities, and we've seen some of the biggest increases in our two-year tech colleges in outer Minnesota. So the program is working as it is intended. I do not want to see the program get gutted for a tuition freeze. And if you cast a green vote on this today, you will be voting against the progress that we've been seeing in the trend towards increasing enrollments statewide. So please vote no.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And I can appreciate where the author of the bill is coming from. And I would just tell you, if I was a student, college student here in Minnesota, or if I was the parent of a kid going to college or getting ready to go to college, I guess my reaction would be it doesn't seem like we're making a whole lot of progress when it comes to higher education here in the state of Minnesota when we're talking about an 18% increase in tuition rates for students. And oh, by the way, that's after the University of Minnesota over the last couple of years decided to go ahead and increase their tuition rates by about 10% over the last couple of years. And so here's the deal. I have tremendous respect for the work we do on this committee, so I'm trying to be very reasonable and diplomatic about this. But at the end of the day, as I said before, it's great that enrollment has ticked up a little bit now that we've got people back on college campuses and our schools are open again. But when you see tuition increasing at such an alarming rate, it's hard for folks to feel like they're celebrating any success. When they're seeing piles of student debt continue to mount, whether it be on behalf of mom and dad or their kid, it's very difficult to feel like there's anything to celebrate or there's some sort of huge success going on in higher education here in the state of Minnesota. Mr. President, so members, here we have a chance to say, we've got some money allocated in this bill that we could transfer, we could shift, which would allow for a tuition freeze on behalf of our students and families so that they're not staring down the barrel of an 18% tuition hike. That's almost unimaginable. After a massive investment in higher education, we're talking about double-digit tuition increases potentially. That just doesn't add up. So, Mr. President, I'll leave members with that. You can vote now for a tuition freeze, or you can allow the rates to continue to skyrocket. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A8 Duckworth Amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Dibble, there you go. Let's see. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Matthews votes aye.
And Senator Matthew votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 nays, the A8 Duckworth Amendment is not adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this is an issue area I never imagined I'd get into, but I've really enjoyed the last number of years serving on higher ed, and I've got this stack of amendments here in my desk, and I don't know, maybe Senator Putnam wants to help me figure out which one I should start with, but if not, I guess I will start with the A6 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A6 amendment. The Secretary will report the A6 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend House File Number 2431 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 51, line 2, after certificate, insert. This is the A6 amendment.
Senator Rarick to your A6 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. You know, in 2023, we started the North Star Promise program here in Minnesota, and it was one that I was definitely opposed to. When I looked at what was happening at one of the Min-State schools in my district, Pine Tech, they had partnered with Dennis Franzen, who started the Franzen Foundation, and they were taking care of students and offering free tuition for students from the local area without government stepping in. And I believed that was a model that could and should be replicated around the state. But the North Star Promise program has started, it's going, it has been successful. But one of the things that I still believe is that there need to be parameters set up around it. Right now, I mean, we just have nothing in place, and I think there are a lot of things that we should be requesting, but you know, there's no like credit load, there's no requirement that you're actually progressing through on your way to receiving a certificate or a diploma or anything. But so, Mr. President, this would look to add 2 requirements if you're going to use the North Star Promise program here in Minnesota. First, that you be enrolled in a high-demand industry occupation. Mr. President, why should Minnesotans be investing a lot of money to help people get through school if they're getting it in a degree area or certificate area that there's no demand, that there's very low wages? That's not what we should be doing. We should be helping them get into a high-demand area that has good wages, so that's where we should be focusing this money and getting those students into. And then, Mr. President, as well, if Minnesotans are going to make this investment, we should be looking at having a requirement that they continue to stay in Minnesota and work in Minnesota in order to help pay back that investment, or you could look at it as they're helping pay for the next people who are going to use the North Star Promise program. So I think this just makes sense. It's 2 simple provisions that we can put on, you know, requirements, a continued discussion that we should have, but some parameters that we should have around the North Star Promise program that I think the taxpayers of Minnesota should be able to expect if their investment is going into students. So thank you.
Senator Fateh to the A6 Rarick amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Rarick. I first want to say thank you for mentioning that you've enjoyed your time in higher ed with me as chair. So thank you so much, Senator Rarick. And number 2, the program is working as it is intended to. I've mentioned earlier already, I'm not going to go back again, the different districts that have been benefiting and seeing the increase in enrollment. I think that we would be taking a step back with this. So respectfully, I would say I appreciate the work and effort you put into this, Senator Rarick, but I would recommend a no vote. Thank you.
Members, there's been no roll call requested, so Senator Rarick or anyone?
Thank you, Mr. President. I will request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any further discussion on the A6? Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just wondering if Senator Rarick will yield for a question.
Will you yield? He will yield. Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just wondering why this would only apply to the North Star Promise and not the state grant.
Senator Rarick to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. That would be a discussion I'd be willing to have as we go further. This amendment is just drafted to the one, but absolutely a discussion willing to continue to have.
Senator Umu Verbatim, anything else? Okay, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Rarick for bringing this amendment. You know, we have a lot of these discussions in the Jobs Committee about how we need more law enforcement officers, more teachers, more nurses, more doctors. As Senator Putnam brought up earlier, more veterinarians. I'm a finance guy. We don't need many more of us. We could use some more engineers. So, Mr. President, I encourage members to vote for the Rarick Amendment. It is really important that we not only encourage our young people to find those wage-sustaining jobs that create careers, but also to make sure that they're in those areas of needs that we need, and particularly in healthcare and STEM and law enforcement and so many others. That's where we need to be investing our money. That's how we're going to grow Minnesota's economy, and I encourage members to vote yes.
Any other discussions before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I've had time to think, I guess there was a further answer I can give to Senator Umu Verbatim. I think there is one little difference. Again, still happy to have the conversation if we are truly going to move forward with this concept. But the North Star Promise is a full tuition where the state grant is just a portion of the tuition. So that would be one difference between the two and why we've focused initially on North Star Promise with this. But Mr. President, I don't need to elaborate any further. I think these are two simple requirements. You know, a lot of things that we have out there for people when you're receiving assistance. We have some parameters that you must follow. I think these are two simple ones that people should be able to expect and would encourage a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A6 Rarick Amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
And Senator Johnson votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the Rarick A6 Amendment is not adopted. Any further amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 2431, a bill for an act relating to higher education, providing funding and policy-related changes for the Office of Higher Education, Minnesota State Colleges and Universities, and the University of Minnesota.
Senator Clark, for your brief comments.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Chair Fateh and Minority Lead Duckworth for welcoming me to the committee. I will be brief. The higher education bill crafted helps students at schools in all parts of Minnesota. Our commitment to the North Star Promise and expanded investment in the Minnesota State Grant Program helps us fulfill the promise that is Minnesota. Over the past 2 years, Minnesota has seen some of the highest college enrollment increases in the country thanks to the investments this body made. And so, Mr. President, I encourage us all to vote green today because this helps our students, and in the long term, it also helps the workforce that is Minnesota and helps us fulfill the promise that Minnesota shares with all of our students. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really enjoy serving on the Higher Education Committee. I want to thank Chair Fateh and all of our staff for doing such a great job. And we really did have a difficult task this year with the deficit in the state grant. And so pleased that we found a solution that all of our systems support. And again, most importantly, a solution that is not going to hurt the students who have the greatest needs, that isn't disproportionately hurting our independent students and our student parents. And that really is a testament to the leadership of Chair Fateh and our committee administrator, Sam Parmakar, who asked us to all come to the table with all of our proposals and ultimately find a solution. I'm really proud of our work. I also want to highlight the increase in child care grants, which is so important, again, to keep our student parents in school, and we're constantly running out of those funds, so this increase is needed. The bill also includes emergency assistance grants. Sending money directly to our institutions is really going to streamline the process and make sure that our students are able to quickly access those funds when they need them, and we know that those keep our students enrolled. There's funding for student loan counseling in this bill. I'll tell you, as a student loan borrower myself, it can be really difficult to keep up with all the changes at the federal level, the different servicers, the different repayment plan options, all the changing requirements. And this is a really important free service offered to all Minnesotans. It helps borrowers pay off their loans. It helps folks stay out of default. And it is also a bipartisan bill. And then lastly, really excited about my bill to standardize financial aid offers being in our Omnibus. It's an important consumer protection measure. It's really going to help students and their families easily compare offers between schools. It is good policy. It's based on the U.S. Government Accountability Office report and is bipartisan. And I do just want to thank Senator Draheim for starting this conversation many years ago and for co-authoring that bill. So members, please vote yes.
Senator Kubek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I have a 4-hour commute ahead of me. I just want to thank Senator Fateh for the work on this bill, and particularly about including the grants for the paramedics, which was one of my bills, which has been a very successful program. I'm glad we did stabilize that state grant, too. Also super important to the colleges in my district and for the foster kids for the grant. And I was always happy that I was there to be there for Senator Farnsworth to make sure that his microphone was shut off.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to take this moment just very briefly to not thank Senator Fateh because everyone else did, and I don't want it to go to his head. But I do also want to say that higher education is about social mobility. It's about helping people improve their lives, and in so doing, improve our communities. And I think this bill does exactly that. So I'm grateful to take part in that. In particular, we have a residency program for the medical school in St. Cloud with CentraCare and the University of Minnesota, which is going to do wonderful things for people all throughout greater Minnesota. So thank you, Chair Fateh and members of the higher education for this bill, and I urge everyone to support it.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to just direct members to the flyer I have passed out about the state grant, so you can see exactly where the state grant goes and how it's fairly divided between all of our higher ed institutions, and how important it is to students. It serves so many students at the U of M, at private colleges, and at Minnesota State. I really want to thank the entire higher ed committee, not just the chair, for how fair your proposal is in addressing the difficult deficit in the fund. I think there have been shared cuts across all the systems, so all students will bear in the kind of the shared pain of having less money for their college education. But it was a really fair way to deal with the deficit, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you. I appreciate a number of things in the bill, but I do especially appreciate that the education money for foster students was preserved. I think this is important because that is a population that has a much higher homeless rate than our regular population, and so that children who have been in foster care really need options, and to see themselves having that future, and the college tuition is a way to do that. And perhaps as importantly, you know, they rallied here one day earlier this year, and they reminded everyone that these are children that so many adults have broken promises to them in their lives. And so it was really important that this was not another promise broken, and that this is still something that they can count on. So I just want to share how meaningful it was that that program is continued for those students. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the committee for your work on this. Mr. President, there are a couple of things I want to highlight in the bill. One, and we've seen this with most of the budget bills, is that we continue to fund the expansion of our state government agencies at the expense of those that we're trying to help. One key piece I think that is missing in this bill is to control the rising cost of higher education. The cost of college is rising 4 times faster than the rate of inflation. And we can put money towards the grant program, we can create North Star Promise program, but Mr. President, that doesn't address the underlying factor that we are not actually fixing a problem that's making college less affordable. I'm concerned that we are actually reducing support for many of our medical residency programs when we need more healthcare professionals. And I'm disappointed that we failed to pass a common sense amendment that allows the commissioner to transfer unencumbered funds in one program to the state grant program to help more students afford their college dreams. Mr. President, I'll be a no on the bill, but I look forward to it coming back after conference committee.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, well, this is, I guess, what omnibus bills are, a little bit of mix. There's some things you like, and there's some things that really bother you, and that makes it difficult for that one vote. And so I want to highlight some of those things that I think are very positive, and also highlight the things that I fear are moving in the wrong direction and very concerned about. Number one, I think it's good that we are focusing on the state grant. I appreciate that. It allows students to have the choice about where they want to attend college. And I think that's one of the reasons that we have strong colleges and universities in our state, is because we have had a strong state grant program. So I appreciate the $100 million in the state grant program. I don't believe there's any increase in the state higher ed bill at this point. Now, I would say that I am very disappointed, though, in what I'm reading regarding cutting funding for medical education, for the med school and residency program, where we all know that we need more physicians in this state, and we know that about 80% of students stay in the state where they have graduated higher education from. And so I think we're pretty short-sighted when we decide to cut funding for our residency and medical schools. And I also am pretty concerned. I understand they're cutting $750,000 from the rural veteran loan program, and I heard a lot about our shortage of veterinarians across our state. So I think those are some short-sighted misses. But I want to be clear in supporting the value of the state grant program. Thank you.
Members, we'll now go to the lead. Are you the lead? Who's the lead? Okay, Senator Duckworth. I wanted to make sure I didn't mess that up, because I wanted to make sure that I did that correctly. Senator Rarick, and then Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think maybe something was read into my words earlier, but I will confirm that I have enjoyed working on the committee with Chair Fateh. I think we had one major goal that everyone agreed to this year going in, and that was fixing the hole in the state grant program. And this does that, and I really appreciate that. And then the other thing that I appreciate as well is holding true to the promise to the fosters. Those are two big pieces that I think are really important and good things in this bill. I'm not going to go deep. I agree with a number of things Senator Pratt said. I think we're not getting at some of the things that are driving up the costs of education, especially higher education. Hopefully we can continue to do that. And looking forward to continuing to work with Chair Fateh. I just hope he understands. I believe that there are some really, really, really good ideas that have been presented by one of the other co-chairs over in the other body that I'll likely follow.
Senator Duckworth, and then after Senator Duckworth, we will then go to Senator Fateh.
For your sake, that would probably be a good idea, Senator Rarick. Mr. President, I just want to share a few thoughts regarding higher education here in the state of Minnesota as we wrap up this bill and cast our final votes. Before I do that, I will say that I do appreciate how Senator Fateh approached this committee this year. He reached out his hand, said, let's work together on this. He was very receptive to our input in trying to shape a bill that we thought could be a good representation of what both Republicans and Democrats thought would be good for students and families here in Minnesota. And even though I'm an eternal optimist, I find it hard to not speak very candidly and frankly about the state of higher education, the cost of tuition, and how it's impacting students and families here in Minnesota and really across the country, to be honest with you. And I think some of the frustration that you sense from not just lawmakers, but average Minnesotans has to do with the fact that they have short memories. They remember not too long ago that in the headlines, Minnesota had $19 billion in surplus. And they were excited to see maybe a good chunk of those funds come back to them and to their families as they were planning to send kids off to college, as they were trying to plan their family budgets, as they were projecting how much they'd have available to spend on things like tuition for their kids. And instead of seeing any of that $19 billion in taxpayer money, the people of Minnesota's money, any meaningful amount come back to them that they could use to offset the expenses associated with things like higher education, tuition, student debt, you name it, they saw the state government instead say, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to increase taxes on all of you by about $10 billion. And we're going to increase government spending in Minnesota by 40% or $20 billion. But you know what? They were made some promises along the way. The folks that decided to manage the budget of Minnesota in that way said to folks, you're going to get all kinds of goodies as a result. One of those goodies is going to be free college for a lot of people. And we said, you know what? We can understand and appreciate folks wanting to help those in need afford college. But we warned you, if you do this in the way that you are proposing, it's going to lead to an increase of tuition for a whole host of students across the board in Minnesota in the not-too-distant future. And, Mr. President, that's not something that we wanted to be right about. But now here we are with headlines saying Minnesota families and students are looking at an 18% tuition increase at Minnesota state schools. U of M's up over 10% over the last couple years, and the cost of tuition continues to skyrocket while we are depleting things like the state grant and calling up students and families and telling them, yeah, we know you were promised $5,000 in help, but now it's looking like it's going to be more like $1,000, if anything. Mr. President, I can't stare through rose-colored glasses right now on the Senate floor without mentioning things like that and being realistic about the situation that we've got. I've got plenty more to say, Mr. President, so I'm going to keep going if that's all right. When we look at the increase of cost to students, families, rates of student loan debt, it impacts other things besides just the cost of higher education. The median student loan debt of a four-year graduate right now is $25,000 that they're in the hole. 60% of those graduates are graduating in significant amounts of debt. And they're looking at the largest min-state tuition hike in more than a dozen years. And here's why that's important, Mr. President, and why I always encourage us here in this chamber to look at all aspects of government. When you're increasing the cost of higher education and you're requiring students and families to take on higher loans, guess what that does to housing affordability? Guess what that does to that graduate's chance at buying their first home? Guess what it does to that young couple's ability to afford childcare, which also happens to be increasing at an alarming rate? And you know what? To top it all off, if they don't have enough debt that they've taken out to pay for the increased cost of college, if they aren't getting beat up enough by the rising cost of childcare, well, now they're having to contend with the increased government fees and more taxes that we keep asking them to pay. Why? Because we overspent. It's at no fault of theirs. The people of Minnesota are not to blame. It has been a state government that has a massive spending problem to the tune of $6 billion in the hole. And we have the audacity to look them in the face, smile, and say, it's going to be just fine. You know, it doesn't make you popular, Mr. President, to talk about reductions. But that's the other aspect of the conversation that needs to take place regarding higher education here in the state of Minnesota. We're not going to spend our way out of this problem. If we keep spending and spending and spending, all that's going to do is continue to increase the cost of tuition for students and families again and again and again. It's time, although it may not be popular, to speak the truth and say many of our colleges and institutions need to look at reductions in their expenses, reductions in their spending. And I hate to say it, but even reductions in their staffing. When you've got certain programs or courses that have more professors or staff members than students, the math simply doesn't work. And I'm here to tell you that the students and families of Minnesota are tired of funding it on their backs. We've got to get real about how we are funding higher education here in the state of Minnesota. We have got to uphold our duty and responsibility to our constituents and the folks of our state to help make sure that education is affordable for them and doesn't continue to become more and more expensive. Because if it does, Mr. President, all that means is that it's more and more unattainable by the very folks that need it most. So, Mr. President, we've got a lot more work to do as it relates to higher education in Minnesota, and I continue to have my hand extended and a willingness to partner with anybody, Republican or Democrat, to drive those costs down on behalf of students and families here in our state. Thank you.
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the concerns shared by Ranking Member Duckworth as well as Senator Rarick. I just want to make it clear that a lot of the challenges we're facing, or higher ed has been facing, including costs, was due to the years of disinvestment that has been occurring. Year after year, the state not investing in our higher ed institutions, not investing in our students. And so we did that. We invested a record number of dollars in higher ed last biennium. We created the North Star Promise. We put extra funding towards the state grant. And so with that, after the first year, we've seen an increase in enrollment in all of our colleges and universities. And for the state grant program, we've gotten to a place now where we got the support of the U of M, Mint State, as well as the private colleges, which wasn't easy to do. So I appreciate the comments by Senator Duckworth, but we have work to do. But the system, as we've invested right now, we're trending in the right direction. I want to appreciate also Senator Rarick for his comments around the the FIG program, the Fostering Independent Grants program. I want to make it clear that it is only the Senate position that has included it. And although we know that both Senator Rarick and Representative Rarick are the ones that have historically led on this. It is not a House position, but for us, it was clear to be a spouse position, and because they care about that, we made sure we included that. So thank you, vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage as amended of House File 2431. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will take the roll. The Secretary will close the roll. I just want to make sure you guys are listening. There being 37 ayes and 28 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions, I'm going to call on a couple members for motions. Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate File number 1959 be taken from the table.
Senator Putnam moves that Senate File number 1959 be taken from the table. On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The motion prevails. Senator Putnam, for your next motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File number 1959, and that a conference committee of 3 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate File 2216 be taken from the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The bill is taken off the table. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File 2216, and that a conference committee of 3 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Murphy for Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. For Senator Port, I move that Senate File 2298 be taken from the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Murphy.
For Senator Port, I move that the Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File 2298, and that a conference committee of 3 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed by the House.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Murphy for a brief recess.
Mr. President, I move for a brief recess for the purpose of appointing conference committees.
All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is in a brief recess. The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, is there a privileged report at the desk?
There is a privileged report at the desk. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Murphy from the Subcommittee on Conference Committees recommends that the following senators be, and they hereby are appointed as a conference committee on: Senate File Number 1959, Senators Putnam, Gustafson, and Anderson. Senate File Number 2216, Senators Klein, Dames, and Seeberger. And Senate File Number 2298, Senators Port, Bolden, and Lucero. Senator Murphy moves that the foregoing appointments be approved.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we will now proceed to the 13th order of business. Announcements of Senate interest. Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Murphy yield to a question?
Senator Murphy, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, being we did the higher education bill today, I would find it appropriate to inquire one of the other responsibilities that we have in joint effort with the other body is electing regents to the University of Minnesota. We went through the process earlier this year with the RCAC interviewing a number of candidates, whittling it down, and then having a joint higher ed hearing to whittle it down even more. Senator Murphy, is there any talks going on as to when that joint convention will be held so that we can elect regents rather than it being kicked to the governor?
Senator Murphy, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rarick. Yes, there are conversations about that, and I do want to thank everybody who did the important work of preparing for that convocation. I know, because I have done it before, how much time it takes, how many people are interested, and the work of choosing is difficult, and I want to honor that with the convocation.
Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to announce that this weekend in Little Falls, or East Little Falls at Rice Creek Game Farm, from tomorrow through Sunday is Reed's. I think it's their 33rd annual gun fair, so it's a good place to come and get cheap ammunition and deal on firearms. Thank you.
Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the members of the State and Local Government Committee, committee will start 15 minutes after floor session. The committee will be in room MSB 1100. Thank you.
Members, without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session: Dames all day, Nelson 3:30 to 3:40 p.m., and Senator Johnson 3:55 to 4:05 p.m. Any other announcements of Senate interest? Seeing none, Senator Murphy for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Monday, May the 5th at 11 a.m.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now adjourned.